allegation is that at any given time, there were at least 3 females brought in for him to engage in sexual relations with while he was at the office. And so the question is, who was funneling the people in and getting that? And so it's just a nightmare.
Right. And now the coroner in New York actually found that he committed suicide.
Yeah, so what they found, Denise, is in detail is that he had taken bed sheets. So he was not on suicide watch. He was on suicide watch, was not, then was not. And apparently, again, the rumors are flying, and there's allegations that his attorneys took him off suicide watch. It wasn't the jail or the Justice Department.
Or they had lobbied to get him off, and somebody agreed.
Right.
Yes.
And they agreed to take him off, and they found him, according to the coroner's report, strangulation, not strangled, but he committed suicide by hanging himself, tying the bed sheets together around his neck. Now,
and broke a very important bone in the very front of his neck.
The hyoid bone, yes.
Yes, it's very hard to break that bone.
But Cal was bringing up another good point, though, and we're not doctors, but the older you get, the more brittle it is, so it might have been easier to break as an older man.
And this may have been his second attempt as well.
Yes, and the issue is, how does this all happen in jail? And a lot of people are still thinking it's difficult to commit suicide in jail, and not only that, they're supposed to be watching him every 30 minutes, and supposedly they had signed off on it, and they have videos showing that the guards were not actually watching him at the time. So I don't know if it was just laziness or if it was someone that was kind of pushing some buttons. We're going to talk more about some interesting things in this Epstein case when we come back. We'll be right back. 855 Law Radio.
This is Radio Law Talk on RadioLawTalk.com and, of course, on your favorite radio station. Thanks for listening.
All advertising for legal services on Radio Law Talk is strictly for the state or states in which the advertiser is licensed. For more information, go to RadioLawTalk.com.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-918-1376. 800-918-1376. 800-918-1376. That's 800-918-1376.
Warning, don't let your business get left behind in what is likely to be the biggest economic boom in recent history. If you need to build for your business to grow, call General Steel today for a pre-engineered steel building designed for your needs. No wasted space. Steel prices are expected to rise, but you can still lock in your price on a General Steel building. And you can still save as much as half the cost and time of conventional construction. As much as half. But you must call now. If you need a church building, office, warehouse, manufacturing space, retail space, or more, call General Steel today. You can still get the General's 50-year structural warranty and General Steel quality, all at a price you can afford. So don't let rising steel prices put your project out of reach and stop you from making your company great.
800-617-9312. 800-617-9312. 800-617-9312. That's 800-617-9312.
Hang on, baseball fans. Your Salem-Keizer Volcanoes are about to take the field. We'll have all the coverage coming up on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Built as user-friendly as it is budget-friendly, the Kubota Z100 zero-turn mower can maneuver any landscape and cut a lawn worth admiring. With smooth controls and a cut that's adjustable right from the seat, this machine makes mowing way more comfortable, all while delivering professional-grade results. Find yours at your local dealer. Kubota, shape your world.
See Lynn Benton Tractor, just off Highway 34 and 99 East in Tangent, and online at lynnbentontractor.com.
August is here and you look around your yard, you have just one or two more spots to fill to make it complete. 13th Street Nursery is here for you. Whether it's an evergreen or a beautiful tree that will provide amazing colors before the leaves drop, stop in and find the tree or shrub that's just right. If you're thinking about gardening indoors this fall and winter, our indoor plant selection is hard to find anywhere else. Find us on Facebook or on the web at 13thstreetnursery.net. That's 13th Street Nursery. Now let's create something beautiful together.
At Reed Law Firm, we've earned a reputation for helping those in need. People like you.
Out of nowhere, the accident changed everything. I can't even hold my own child.
We understand your fears in the aftermath of an auto collision. A careless driver nearly killed 2 of our own family members, so we've seen that fear up close. We focus on you and your unique case start to finish, from your vehicle repairs to your medical bills and lost income, so that you can focus on healing and rebuilding your life.
After the accident, I didn't have the money to fight back, but they believed when no one else would.
Reed Law Firm, where your first consultation is absolutely free. Call us and let's talk. Put our experience on your side. Reed Law Firm. ReedLawFirm.com, REED lawfirm.com, or call us at 971-915-7798.
Johnson Funeral Home in Salem salutes our veterans and thanks them for their years of service for our country. Local owners of Johnson Funeral Home, Miles and Aaron, understand the importance of being responsible service providers. They work with families at a difficult time and make sure that all the details and considerations are properly handled. Keep locally owned Johnson Funeral Home in mind for funerals, cremations, pre-planning, or celebrations of life. For more details, go to johnsonscelebrations.com. johnsonscelebrations.com.
If you're looking for carpets, vinyl, hardwood, or laminates, do not go to the big box store. Valley Flooring Center has been serving Salem and the Willamette Valley for 30 years. Buy local and enjoy the professional advice. Jason and his knowledgeable staff would be more than happy to provide you with a free estimate for your flooring project. Stop by and check out the showroom at Valley Flooring Center located in Keizer, or visit them online at valleyflooringcenter.com. Flooring for all walks of life.
It's time for your Salem-Keizer Volcanoes Baseball Bullpen Show, presented by PT Northwest, Power Kia, McDonald's, and Les Schwab Tires. Now, for a look at the stats from tonight's matchup, here's Payne Patchett on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Afternoon, everybody, here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon, here at 4:33 p.m. on August 18th, 2018. Currently, not a single cloud in the sky, 79 degrees on a sunny afternoon, getting ready for the second game of a 3-game home series for the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes against the Everett Aqua Sox. The Volcanoes snapped a 6-game losing streak yesterday by a final score of 8-0. The Volcanoes were the only Northwest League South team to win yesterday and move up in the standings, although they are still 3 games back of both the Hillsboro Hops and the Eugene Emeralds in the Northwest League South Division standings, while the Everett Aqua Sox, even though they lost, they are still in 3rd place in the Northwest League North Division. Both teams 3rd place in their respective divisions, with the Aqua Sox now 3 games back of the Spokane Indians. They have a second-half record of 14-9. A quick recap of what happened here yesterday at Volcano Stadium. It started off in the bottom of the second inning. Baker Mendoza hits an RBI single that scores Brandon Martirano. The Aqua Sox started off with a 1-0 lead against Everett starter Damon Cassetta Stubbs. So in the bottom of the 5th inning, they would increase that lead to 4-0 after an RBI single by Marco Luciano that scored Quan Adkins after a leadoff double. Alex Canario with a single and an error that scored Luciano and made it 3-0. And finally, a sacrifice fly by Brandon Martirano, and it made the score Salem-Keizer 4, Everett 0. In the bottom of the 7th inning, an RBI fielder's choice by Harrison Freed scored Alex Canario for the second time last night. It made the score 5-0 Volcanoes. And finally, in the bottom of the 8th inning, a 2-run single by Martirano made it 7-0, and an RBI single on an 0-1 count by Armani Smith scored Canario for the the two-run single scored Carter Aldretti and Luciano, while the RBI single by Armani Smith scored Canario. The final score was the Volcanoes 8, the Everett Aqua Sox nothing, in one of the more dominating performances by the Volcanoes all year. The Aqua Sox no runs on 5 hits. They committed 6 errors. They had more errors than hits last night, while leaving 11 runners on base. While the Volcanoes scored 8 runs, allowing 13 hits, they had 1 error, and that was on a missed foul pop-out by the catcher, Martirano. It was not a play or a playable ball that resulted in an error, just a missed foul pop-up. And they left 12 runners on base. The winning pitcher was Travis Perry, who is at the head of a dominant pitching trio of Perry, Jorge Labrador, and Clay Helvey. Perry, 5 innings, 3 hits, no runs, walked 3, and struck out 2. Now up to a record of 4-2. First time since a little around a month since he got a win. Now his 4th win of the season. The losing pitcher for Everett was Damon Casetta Stubbs, who had a very solid performance in his last start against the Volcanoes back on June 21st, but it's not June anymore. It was August 17th. Casetta Stubbs, 5 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs, walked 1, and struck out 2. He went down to 3-2 on the year in a game that lasted 2 hours and 56 minutes long and had an attendance of 2,505 people. Jorge Labrador throwing 2 innings of scoreless ball, allowing a hit, no walks, striking out 3. While Clay Helvey, he threw 2 innings of shutout ball, allowing 1 hit, walking 2, and striking out 4. The standings right now in the Northwest League North Division: Spokane with a record of 14-9, Tri-City 13-10. Everett was basically the only team in the North Division that lost, completely adding on to the fact that the Volcanoes were the only team in the South Division that won. And the Vancouver Canadians were still in last place and got their 9th win on a walk-off base hit in the bottom of the 9th inning over Boise. While in the Northwest League South Division, Eugene and Hillsboro, they're still fighting for that second half Northwest League South playoff spot and the Northwest League South Division title, both tied with a record of 13-10. Eugene and Hillsboro both with a shot at it. But because the Volcanoes won the first half Northwest League South Division title, what makes it heartbreaking is that both teams are doing a really good so far this year, but one of these 2 teams are not going to play in the postseason. They are not going to play in September for the Northwest League playoffs. The Volcanoes at 3rd place with a record of 10-13, and Boise at last place with a record of 9-14, tied for the Vancouver Canadians for the worst record in second half play. Very quickly, the starting pitchers for both teams for the Volcanoes will be Jacier Herrera, who is looking for his 2nd win, coming off getting his first loss. He has 1-1 with an ERA of 4.09, allowing 5 runs in 11 innings, 8 hits, walked 4, and struck out 5. While the Everett Aqua Sox, originally it was going to be left-handed pitcher Jorge Benitez, but it was just announced just before this pregame began that not only did the starting pitcher change, but also a couple of places in the lineup changed a little bit as well for the Everett Aqua Sox, trying to get their first win of the series after they got shut out by the Volcanoes by a score of 8-0. It'll be right-hander Tim Elliott, one of the many 2019 draft choices that the Seattle Mariners made. He was drafted out of the University of Georgia. Again, the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes right now with an overall record of 36 wins and 25 losses and a second half record of 10-13, while the Everett Aqua Sox, they have an overall record of 29 wins and 32 losses with a second half record of 11-12. We're going to take a break here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. You are listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You will be impressed with the new duplex community in South Salem, 50 Oaks. These smartly crafted homes are ready for purchase in the quiet, secluded neighborhood, close to schools and shopping, with green space that include oak trees and rain gardens. Premium touches include quartz countertops and luxury vinyl plank flooring. They feature 3 bedrooms with 2.5 baths, a garage, and washer-dryer hookups. It makes this a complete package to move in today. Call 503-551-5788, 503-551-5788.
Batteries Northwest and their Mid-Valley dealers remind you that summer is tough on car and truck batteries. The extra heat, stop-and-go traffic, and the air conditioner are all factors in causing wear. If your battery is starting to crank a little slower, it's time for a new battery, and you should have your connections checked too. You don't want to be at the beach or in the mountains and lose battery power. Contact Batteries Northwest at 503-362-2684 to find a dealer near you. Or online at batteriesnorthwest.com. That's batteriesnorthwest.com.
I know, you thought your local Domino's couldn't make the $5.99 Mix and Match special any more awesome, but yes, we did. Mix and match any 2 or more of the following: a medium 2-topping Domino's pizza, stuffed cheesy bread, 8-piece boneless chicken, pasta dish, an oven-baked sandwich, or our amazing new bread twists for only $5.99 each. And now you can make the pizza a large 2-topping for only $3 more. Mix and match as many of these delicious Domino's items as you'd like for only $5.99 each. And don't forget to make your pizza large for just $3 more. Order online at Domino's.com today.
Buying or refinancing a home can be one of the most exciting times in your life and the most stressful. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can help put your mind at ease when it comes to home mortgages. Rates are at near historic lows. Buying, selling, or refinancing? Call Jeff today. 503-949-6302. He can also do reverse mortgages. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can put your mind at ease. 503-949-6302. NMLS number 273136. NMLS number 237701.
Spend an afternoon at Arcane Cellars on our covered patio listening to music and sipping great wine. Our Music on the Willamette concert series continues every other Sunday through August. On concert Sundays, we're open from 12 noon to 5 p.m. with music from 1 to 4. August 18th features the Paula Byrne Quartet with her sultry style of classic and contemporary jazz. Food truck service is available. For more info, go to arcanesellars.com/events.
This is Ray from Fordyce Farm. It's August. Do we still have you pick fruit? Yes. Blueberries, black currants, strawberries, and apples are getting started, one variety after another. These are available already picked in our store, along with peaches, melons, corn, heirloom tomatoes, scones, ice cream. It's all so good. Find Fordyce Farm on the web, Facebook, Instagram, and at 7023 Sunnyview Road Northeast. Fordyce Farm, yum!
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes getting ready to play the second game of a 3-game home series and game number 2 of a 6-game homestead, which sees the Volcanoes play 3 times against the Everett Aqua Sox, and then after this, 3 times against the Boise Hawks for the final time in this regular season. The standings, once again, in the Northwest League in the North Division, Spokane is a game ahead of Tri-City, 3 games ahead of Everett, and 5 games ahead of the Vancouver Canadians, while in the South Division, the Emeralds and the Hops both tied for first place with a 13-10 record. The Volcanoes 3 games ahead or 3 games behind at 10-13, and Boise is 4 games behind at 9-14. Let's take a look at what happened at around the Northwest League, starting with the one game that I know that the Volcanoes have been paying attention to, one of a couple, the first one being the Hillsboro Hops playing against the Tri-City Dust Devils. And that game is a pretty quick result. The top of the 4th inning sees Tri-City take a 1-0 lead on a solo home run by Jack Stronach, and then finally Matthew Acosta with his first home run, as Tri-City would win by a final score of 2-0. They have done something that has rarely been done since the first game of the season, which was that the Hops got shut out at home. The Dust Devils 2 runs on 7 hits and an error. The Hillsboro Hops no runs on 6 hits and no errors. Nick Twaits getting his 3rd win. Danny Olivero getting his 2nd loss. He is 7-2. And Dom DiSabatino getting his first save. The Dust Devils up to 29-32 overall. The Hillsboro Hops down to an overall record of 37-24. 1 game ahead of the Volcanoes in overall play in the Northwest League. Our next one is the Boise Hawks against the Vancouver Canadians. This one is a pretty lengthy one. Easily you could say one of the best games of the day in competition with a game that happened here at Volcano Stadium after what has happened here. Bottom of the 4th inning, the Vancouver taking a 1-0 lead on an RBI double by Will Robertson. Makes it 1-0 Vancouver. Bottom of the 5th, they would increase it to 2-0 on an RBI double by Adrian Ramos. But Boise would tie the game up at 2 apiece after back-to-back RBI doubles by Yorvis Torrealba and Trey Jacobs. And the game would go into extra innings. After a couple of innings of no-run baseball. The 10th was completely scoreless. The 11th was completely scoreless. But in the bottom of the 12th inning, Vancouver would win on a wild pitch. Boise's Stephen Jones throws it past the catcher, which scores McGregory Contreras. And the Volcanoes win by a final score of 3-2 in 12 innings. A very similar result to what happened in the first game of the 2019 season, which was that the Volcanoes beat the Boise Hawks also in 12 innings and also by a wild pitch. The Canadians had 3 runs on 6 hits and an error. The Boise Hawks had 2 runs on 5 hits and 1 error. Luke Gillingham for Vancouver is the winning pitcher. Stephen Jones getting his first loss, and he is at 2-1 in a game that lasted just under 4 hours at 3 hours and 50 minutes over at the Great White North Nat Bailey Stadium. The Canadians with an overall record of 24-37. Bringing them up to a 9-14 record, while the Boise Hawks, they now have an overall record of the same wins and losses, 24 wins and 37 losses. They also have the same number of second half wins and losses, the same record in the second half, with a 9-14 record for last place in the Northwest League South Division, just like the Canadians. And finally, over at Avista Stadium, the Spokane Indians playing at home against the Eugene Emeralds. And we go on to the bottom of the 4th inning. Scott Capers with an RBI double, and makes it 1-0 Indians. Jake Hoover getting on base on a fielder's choice shortly afterwards, making it 2-0. Derwin Barreto with a sacrifice fly to left field. The score now 3-0. With the bases loaded, David Garcia was walked, increases it to 4-0. Luis Asuncion reaching on an error by the center fielder Fernando Kelly. That brings 3 runs through on the board and makes the score Spokane 7, Eugene 0. And finally, Jonah McReynolds with an RBI single. The score at the end of 4, Spokane 8, Eugene 0. And finally, in the top of the 7th inning, Spokane leading Eugene by a score of 8-1 after Eugene's Luis Vasquez hits an RBI single to the shortstop and an infield single. As the final score would be Spokane 8, Eugene 1. The Indians, they had 8 runs on 8 hits and an error. The Emeralds, 1 run on 7 hits. They had 2 errors. Jeffrey Nunez getting his 4th win, and Didier Vargas for Eugene getting his 3rd loss. The Indians 36-25 overall. The Eugene Emeralds 29 wins and 32 losses. And once again, when it comes to the Northwest League South Division, both the Hops and the Emeralds both fighting to get that second half Northwest League South Division playoff spot. Because the Volcanoes won the first half, only one of these 2 teams are going to be facing off against the Volcanoes in the Northwest League South Division Series, starting on September 4th, and then on September 5th and 6th. Whoever the Volcanoes play, they'll play those 2 games. Game 3, if necessary, will be played here at Volcano Stadium. Game 1 will be played over there at the home field of the opposing team. Again, there is a couple of playoff game packages that you can get, in which the playoff package includes 1 ticket to each playoff game, including a 2020 opening day ticket, as well as the premium playoff flex pass, where you get 10 game tickets that you can use for any home game for the rest of this season, all the home games next year, and the playoffs, as well as a free ticket for opening day. We're going to take another break here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. The Volcanoes and Aqua Sox getting ready for Game 2 of a 3-game series here in Keizer. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Did you know falling is the leading cause of injury in adults over the age of 60? The ability to keep one's balance is crucial for keeping an active lifestyle. PT Northwest's balance and fall prevention programs are available at our Staten, West Salem, and Keizer clinic locations. Learn more from PT Northwest today at ptnorthwest.com or call 503-371-8860. Now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, including Corvallis, Eugene, Staten, Monmouth, Keizer, Silverton, Woodburn, and 4 in Salem.
That's not all. When a Boone Ridge senior community resident is telling a friend about all the wonderful amenities at Boone Ridge, it's because the list is endless. Things like open restaurant-style dining with made-to-order meals. How about a bistro and wine bar? A full schedule of planned events and activities. You will truly experience extraordinary at Boone Ridge Senior Community in South Salem. For more information, go to BooneRidgeSeniorLiving.com and schedule a tour at Boone Ridge. At Boone Ridge, you will experience extraordinary.
Hi,
Hi, this is Michelle at Copycats, located in West Salem, McMinnville, and Keizer. We are much more than a full-service copy center. While we have the latest technology in self-service and full-service copy machines, we also offer an amazing array of printing and binding options. Color copying, offset printing, process color printing, laser engraving, and a full color poster. We do it all. Copycats offers a high-quality products and services in addition to printing and copying, such as trophies, awards, signs, banners, business forms, and invitations. We also stock hundreds of different papers, from elegant stationery stock to suit every taste. So let Copycats of West Salem, McMinnville, and Keizer take care of you. Find us online at copycatsnw.com. At Copycats, our cats are paper trained.
If we could convey one thing about Day Heating Company, we'd like you to know that we will do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes to guarantee your satisfaction.
Whatever it takes to ensure your comfort.
Whatever it takes to earn your trust.
With locations in Salem and Corvallis, let us do whatever it takes to meet your heating and cooling needs.
And right now, it is a great time to receive rebates and tax credits.
Call us today, 363-4822. Day Heating. There is a difference.
Things are really heating up at B&G Bingo. Sunday, August 25th, it's B&G Bingo Super Sizzler evening session only. Bonanzas and double actions pay $350 plus progressives. $10 buy-in gets you 2 packs, and each pack includes 10 games paying $150, 2 games paying $700, and 2 games paying $1,000. Things don't get any hotter at B&G Bingo during their Super Sizzler Sunday, August 25th, evening session only. B&G Bingo on Lancaster Drive at Highway 22 next to Winco. All proceeds go to support your Salem, Marion, and Polk County's Boys and Girls Clubs.
Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 9 to noon, and Volcanoes Baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. The Volcanoes getting ready to play the second of a 3-game home series against the Everett Aqua Sox. Both teams stretching on their sides of the field. The Volcanoes on the first base side with the white pants and the white jerseys with the gray sleeves. They have the Giants logo on the right sleeve. On the right gray sleeve, you have the Volcanoes letters across the middle with the red numbers on the back and the gray caps. The Everett Aqua Sox, I believe they are wearing the same uniforms that they are yesterday. Yes, they are. They are wearing the gray jerseys with the dark blue numbers on the back and the gray pants. They have the word Everett right on the front of it in dark blue, navy blue block letters on the front of the jersey with a dark blue cap and the alternate letter E and the sideways trident in the Everett logo as both teams are getting ready to play in the second game here at Volcano Stadium. Still pretty sunny. It is a very sunny afternoon here over in Keizer. The pregame started off at 79 degrees. Temperature actually went up a little bit to 80. And the temperature is not really expected to shift as much anytime soon. Maybe go down to around 77 at best. Around when the last pitch and the final out is made, around 77, 76 degrees. Still a pretty sunny day here, and it is expected to be sunny across the board for today. Sure, maybe there'll be some clouds here and there, but nothing too big. Nothing too big. It is going to be very sunny. The shadows of the light poles behind the bleachers are right next to the general admission bleachers shining on the third base line. Definitely a really good sign that today is going to be a really, really great day for baseball. We have the lineups here from both teams. First with the visiting Everett Aqua Sox and the starting pitcher for the Volcanoes, and the Salem-Keizer starting pitcher Jacier Herrera, the 21-year-old from Cartagena, Colombia, after posting 6 wins in 10 games, 6 wins in 7 starts against opponents in the Arizona League. In 2 starts, he is 1-1 with an ERA of 4.09. He's coming off getting his first start back in PK Park, or my mistake, not PK Park, at Giza Stadium in Pasco against Tri-City, where he allowed 4 runs, 4 hits, walked 1, and struck out 4 in 6 innings, as he was one of 2 pitchers that were on the mound as the Dust Devils won by a final score of 4-1 in that final game of that 3-game road series. In 11 innings, he's allowed 8 hits, 5 runs, walked 4, and struck out 5. Here is the lineup right now for the Everett Aqua Sox. The first 3 hitters, the second baseman, Kevin Santa, who has moved up from the number 2 spot to lead off. The shortstop, Cesar Istris Jr., and the third baseman, Utah Jones. Originally, there were a couple of guys that were in the lineup that had to be taken out, one of them being Patrick Frick,
who was originally in the third spot as a designated hitter but was taken out in the last minute. One of a few changes that the Aqua Sox made just before pregame came on and was just notified about it. The right fielder Trent Tingelstad will be making his first start in this series, batting cleanup. The designated hitter Connor Hoover is batting fifth. Originally he played at left field, but he will be the designated hitter. And batting sixth, playing at first base, will be Robert Perez. He was originally the designated hitter, but he'll be playing at first base. Batting seventh will be the left fielder Cade Marlowe. Batting eighth will be the starting catcher Brennan Kalawahea, who was a member of the Eugene Emeralds last year and is now playing for another team in the Northwest League. Very similar situation. Another example was, I believe it was Luis Asuncion, who played the last few years with the Tri-City Dust Devils and then started to play in his first year with the Everett Aqua Sox. And finally is the center fielder Miguel Perez. Originally, it was going to be Cade Marlowe, who was batting eighth and playing at first, but he has been scratched, and Kalawahea was originally batting ninth, but Miguel Perez was put in the ninth spot at the last minute. And also Everett's starting pitcher and the Volcanoes starting lineup. The Volcanoes starting lineup has not changed since I originally got it, but when it comes to the starting pitching for Everett, that changed, and the pitcher changed at the very last minute. For the past couple of days, I've been saying that today's starting pitcher was the left-hander Jorge Benitez, and for a while that was the case until just recently when I was told that the starter has changed to right-handed pitcher Tim Elliott, one of the many 2019 draft picks that the Seattle Mariners made, the fourth-round draft pick out of the University of Georgia. Currently, he has 1 win and 3 losses with an ERA of 4.44. He is making his 13th appearance this year and his 10th start. In 26 and a third innings, he has allowed 28 hits, 13 earned runs, 17 total. He has walked 13 and struck out 33. He has been making an average between 2 and 3 innings per start, so he is not expected to throw much. I have not been notified of a rotation just yet by either the visiting broadcaster here at the booth for the Aqua Sox, Pat Dillon, or the Aqua Sox manager, Lewis Boyd, at all. So I guess we are going to play it by ear on that part. The lineup for the Volcanoes at 36 and 25, the center fielder Hunter Bishop, the shortstop Marco Luciano, and the designated hitter Alex Canario. 3 guys who will be starting in the first 3 spot. Hunter Bishop making his first start in this series. Luciano playing back in the second spot after getting a couple of runs and an RBI. And Alex Canario playing as the designated hitter after getting a few runs on the board and getting an RBI as well. Batting cleanup and making his first home start is the left fielder Jairo Pomares. Batting fifth is the right fielder Armani Smith. Batting sixth is the catcher Brandon Marchirano. Batting seventh is the first baseman Carter Aldretti. Batting eighth is the third baseman Yorlis Rodriguez, and batting ninth will be the second baseman Jeff Hope, who will face off against the Aqua Sox Tim Elliott. Right now at home plate, the home plate umpire Andrew Clark and the infield umpire Kyle Stutz, talking with both the Volcanoes acting manager Nestor Rojas and the Everett Aqua Sox acting manager Lewis Boyd, who came in at the beginning of the second half of this year after the original Aqua Sox manager Jose Moreno stepped down after 19 years with the Mariners organization and also led the Aqua Sox to their last Northwest League title. And Boyd stepped in at the second half after the Aqua Sox had an interim manager. Here for a quick word, here is the Volcanoes manager, Nestor Rojas.
So, Ness, the Volcanoes, they were absolutely dominant yesterday in all parts of the game, offense, defense, on the mound, a huge momentum shift after what happened in the past week. How impressed were you with this Volcanoes team after what they did last night?
To be honest with you, I'm not impressed at all. I see my people play like that since the first day, you know what I mean? Yeah. This is a game that we go, it's a lot of peaks and valleys, you know what I'm saying? And we had a rough week last week, and then, you know, we start a new one. We start a fresh one, and the guys look like they're happy to be home. Yeah.
Travis Perry on the mound doing especially well. One of 3 pitchers that did amazing on the mound, getting his 4th win of the season. How impressed were you on the Volcanoes pitching in particular against the Aqua Sox offense?
Oh, yeah, I mean, like I say, like you say, Perry threw the ball really, really well. So many all his pitches and makes really well. Even the bullpen, you know, all those guys that participated yesterday in the game, I think they were lights out. And the numbers by the end of the game, the results show it. So I was pretty excited to be a part of that.
And that was the Volcanoes
acting manager Nestor Rojas talking about yesterday's game as well as the performance by the Volcanoes starting pitcher Travis Perry. Again, a quick recap of what happened yesterday. The Volcanoes shutting out the Aqua Sox for the first time this year in the 5th matchup between these two teams. In the first game of this 3-game series, the Volcanoes getting 8 runs on 13 hits. They committed only 1 error, and that was on a missed foul pop-up, and they left 12 runners on, while the Everett Aqua Sox, no runs on 5 hits. They had more errors than hits. They had 6 errors on the night, and they left 11 runners on. Travis Perry throwing 5 scoreless innings, getting his 4th win of the season in a game that lasted 2 hours and 56 minutes with an attendance of 2,505 people. Alex Canario going 2 for 4 with 3 runs. Brandon Martirano, the catcher, going 3 for 3 with 2 RBIs and a run. And Marco Luciano going 1 for 4 with an RBI single and a couple of runs. That was a number of the performances that the Volcanoes made, and a dominating performance all around. The Volcanoes taking advantage of a number of errors, 6 of them total, that led to the dominant 8-0 win. There was also a number of really good plays on defense, such as the shortstop Marco Luciano. This is only in the 2nd out of the game, making an over-the-shoulder catch in short center field, right in front of the center fielder Alex Canario to make the catch. And it was only the 2nd out, and it was his first home game. And that was one of the many performances. There was also a great job, especially by the outfield. They had a lot of fly balls hit to them, especially towards left and right field. Harrison Free getting a couple, Armani Smith getting a couple of them, mainly when Travis Perry was on the mound. But after Perry left, the Volcanoes were still dominant in Jorge Labrador throwing 2 scoreless innings, and Clay Helvey throwing 2 scoreless innings as well. A dominant performance in a shutout for the Volcanoes. First time in a while since the Volcanoes had shut out a team. Definitely first time in a while since they shut out an interleague opponent. I believe this is the first time this year that they have done that. And the Volcanoes go up and get their 36th win of the season. Again, both teams, they are stretching on the field. They are getting ready to go here from Volcano Stadium. Once again, the lineup for both teams. The starting pitcher for the Volcanoes is Jacier Herrera. And the lineup is Kevin Santa, the second baseman, the shortstop Cesar Istris, and the third baseman Utah Jones. In the middle of the order is the right fielder Trent Tingelstad, the designated hitter Connor Hoover, and the first baseman Robert Perez. And in the bottom 3 hitters of the order is the left fielder Cade Marlowe, the catcher Brennan Kalawahea, and the center fielder Miguel Perez. As for the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, against right-handed pitcher Tim Elliott, who is filling in for Jorge Benitez, who was going to be the starting pitcher for the Aqua Sox, but it was announced just earlier and just before this pregame started that Elliott was going to be on the mound. He'll face off, starting off against the center fielder Hunter Bishop, the shortstop Marco Luciano, and the designated hitter Alex Canario. In the middle of the order, the left fielder Jairo Pomares, the right fielder Armani Smith, and the catcher Brandon Martirano. And the bottom 3 hitters of the order, the first baseman Carter Aldretti, the third baseman Yorlis Rodriguez, and the second baseman Jeff Hoppe. We're going to take another break here from Volcano Stadium as this game gets underway. The Aqua Sox and the Volcanoes is projected to be a 5:05 start time. I guess that will be held back just a little bit as we go into our next break. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Are you thinking of adding a deck or fence to your home or office? Put John on your team. He's the owner and manager of John's Decks and Fences and will personally oversee your new deck or fence. He will provide you with different options of design, materials, and colors. He can also show you examples of the projects he's completed locally for happy customers. John's Decks and Fences is a family-owned business with low overhead, so that means big savings for you on the deck or fence that you desire. Call John at 855-946-5393, CCB number 219310.
Out here, there are many jobs to do. You need the kind of power, versatility, and comfortable handling that comes with your territory. Luckily, there's a tractor built to pull all that weight, the Kubota L Series. And now you can get an L Series for 0 down with 0% APR financing for up to 60 months, plus a 6-year warranty. Now through August 31st, 2019. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Visit Rick Rial Farm Supply at 130 Main Street in downtown Rick Rial or online at rickfarm.com.
If you need your house painted, don't call me. If you need some plumbing done, don't call me. But if you need electrical work for your home business, call me, Jeffy, at A&A Electrical Contractors, 503-949-3193. From exterior lighting to chase away those raccoons and clowns at night, panel upgrades, give us a call today, 503-949-3193, CCB 153711. That's A&A Electrical Contractors.
Aspinwall's Nursery and Produce has fresh products rolling in daily at their store on Highway 22. Fresh peaches are finally here. Fresh blueberries, blackberries, Walla Walla onions, sweet corn, Hermiston cantaloupes, and watermelons are all in stock. You've got to try some of their amazing homemade desserts with ice cream. Enjoy all the great taste of summer at Aspinwall's Nursery and Produce on Highway 22, west of the bridge. See more on Aspinwall's Nursery and Produce Facebook page.
We're America's floor store.
Save big now on waterproof floors during Color Tile's Celebrate America sale. Moisture? No problem. Waterproof floors that resist scratches and dents, are pet and kid friendly, and perfect for bathrooms and basements. Plus, we're offering 12 months, no interest. So hurry in for the best savings on waterproof floors at Color Tile of Salem.
Carpets Plus, Color Tile, America's floor store.
You need to change your oil, so don't put it off. Go to First Lube Plus and get their $34.99 oil change for only $24.99. Mention the Volcanoes and you save $10. You'll get a smile from your tech and excellent service. There's no hassle or pushy sales guy to deal with. They just want to change your oil and keep your vehicle running great. The Volcanoes $24.99 special just makes your experience even better. First Lube Plus is downtown at 615 Liberty. They're also an authorized U-Haul rental outlet. It's First Lube Plus in downtown Salem.
Welcome to the ballpark. It's time for Salem-Keizer Volcanoes Baseball. Presented by Power Kia, Legacy Health, McDonald's, Les Schwab Tires, PT Northwest, Chevron Extra Mile, by Mart, Fitzpatrick Painting, and Green Acres Landscape. Now it's time to play ball. With the play-by-play of your Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, here's Payne Paget on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And a good afternoon, everybody, and a howdy ho from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes get ready to play the second game of a three-game home series against the Everett Aquasox. We have just been told of a new time for first pitch. Originally, it was going to be at 5:05. It has been pushed now to 5:10. The Volcanoes playing in game number 2 of a three-game series against the Everett Aquasox. The Volcanoes looking to continue their dominance after shutting out the Aquasox by a score of 8-0, allowing the Aquasox to have only 5 hits while they committed 6 errors, leaving the Volcanoes to score 8 runs, get their 36th win of the season. Travis Perry throwing 5 scoreless. And now, in terms of starting pitching, it'll be Jacier Herrera's turn. He is looking for his second win of the season after suffering his first loss against the Tri-City Dust Devils not too long ago. The lineup very quickly for the Everett Aquasox. The first 3 hitters will be Kevin Santa, the second baseman, shortstop Cesar Istris, and the third baseman Utah Jones. In the middle of the order will be the right fielder Trent Tingelstad, the designated hitter Connor Hoover, and the first baseman is Robert Perez. And in the bottom 3 hitters in the lineup will be the left fielder Cade Marlowe, the catcher Brendan Kalawahea, and the center fielder Miguel Perez. There was also a number of lineup changes that I've been told about before the pregame segment began, and started with Utah Jones getting added onto the lineup, taken over for Patrick Frick, who was originally in the 3 spot. Connor Hoover originally playing in left field. Robert Perez originally the designated hitter, but is now at first base. And Cade Marlowe, I believe it is, who was the number 8 hitter and was going to play at first before he got scratched. And the 9 hitter, Brendan Kalawahea, moving up to the 8 spot. Miguel Perez added into the 9 spot. He is now the center fielder. And the lineup very quickly for the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes against Aquasox starting pitcher Tim Elliott. It was announced originally entering today that Jorge Benitez, the Aquasox left-hander, was going to be the starting pitcher. I've said it for the past couple of days, but it was announced just before pregame started that it would be Tim Elliott, right-hander out of Georgia. The first 3 hitters for the Volcanoes, center fielder Hunter Bishop, the shortstop Marco Luciano, the designated hitter in Alex Canario. The middle 3 hitters, the left fielder Jairo Pomares, the right fielder Armani Smith, and the catcher Brandon Martirano. And in the bottom 3 hitters in the lineup, the first baseman Carter Aldretti, the third baseman in Yorlis Rodriguez, and the second baseman is Jeff Hopey. Tim Elliott, a late addition, and Jorge Benitez, as well as a couple of Aqua Sox batters, a late scratch in the lineup. So far, that is the story, and now we'll get to see what would happen over the course of this game. But now we will take a short pause here for today's national anthem.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? For the land of the free and the home of the
And now that we conclude the national anthem here at Volcano Stadium, Salem-Keizer looking to win the series. They'll come back from a 6-game losing streak entering this homestead as we get towards the tail end of the 2019 Northwest League season. As the Volcanoes, they are now on the field and are ready to start the top of the first inning. The starting pitcher for the Volcanoes, making his third start of the season for them, will be Jacier Herrera. He made his first start here at Volcano Stadium back on August 8th against the Hillsboro Hops and got a win, allowing 1 run in 5 innings, allowing 1 run in 4 hits and 5 innings after a dominant performance of a sub-2 ERA down in the Arizona League, as he'll be making his first interleague start this year for the Volcanoes. The defensive alignment for Salem-Keizer on the mound is Herrera. Behind the plate will be Brandon Martirano. On the infield at third base is Yorlis Rodriguez. The shortstop is Marco Luciano. The second baseman, Jeff Hopey, and the first baseman is Carter Aldretti. While in the outfield at left is Jairo Pomares. The center fielder is Hunter Bishop. And the right fielder is Armani Smith. Alex Canario will play as the designated hitter for the pitcher Herrera. And while Herrera is on the mound, he'll face off against these 3 hitters for Everett in the top of the first inning. The second baseman in Kevin Santa, who entered yesterday without a hit. He finished 2 for 4 yesterday. The shortstop, Cesar Izturis Jr., first start for him in this series. And the third baseman is Utah Jones. Again, the time of first pitch for today's game was pushed back from 5:05 to 5:10 and has now been pushed back even further. Right now, 5:13 p.m., just a few minutes behind the pushed back schedule, as Herrera will face off against the second baseman, Kevin Santa. He is playing with his 4th team this year in the Seattle Mariners farm system. The windup and the first pitch of this game is a ball 1 on a fastball that just gets under the strike zone and under the knees, and a ball and no strikes. 5:13 p.m. is the time for first pitch on 80 degrees, and a 1-0 pitch is a ground ball, gets past the second baseman Jeff Hopey into right field, and Kevin Santa continuing the dominance that he had yesterday with a leadoff single here in the top of the first inning. Here is the starting shortstop, Cesar Izturis Jr., who is making his first appearance for Everett in this series. As he has also had a pretty active family background when it comes to baseball experience. First pitch is a foul chopper, and the count will start off at 0-1. And Istris with a 263 average with 22 runs, 9 doubles, and 25 RBIs on the year. He's been pretty active for the Aqua Sox this season. And the 0-1 pitch, that was a gap shot going into left center field. Kevin Santa will be looking to go to third. The throw to third will be offline as Santa will go to third. Throw to second to try and get Istris. Is not in time. And on an 0-1 pitch, it looked like a changeup. Herrera will allow a gap shot into left center field. Kevin Santo trying to go to third, and he will. On a throw from the center fielder, Hunter Bishop, that was offline. Istris will go to second, as he will get a single on the throw to third and will advance to second. Throw to second will not be in time as we now go to the third baseman, Utah Jones, who was the leadoff hitter yesterday. Herrera, the windup in the first pitch is a curveball, strike one. That one going a little outside. Everett starting off with runners on second and third. It wasn't until the top of the ninth inning yesterday where they had a runner on third base. Herrera still trying to find the first out here, and the 0-1 pitch is a slow foul chopper. And the count now at no balls and 2 strikes. Jones yesterday went 0 for 4 with a strikeout and got hit by a pitch in the 7th inning in the 8-0 win for the Volcanoes. Herrera getting the sign from the catcher, Brandon Martirano, as he is ahead of the count at 0-2. Struck out 4 in his last start. The 0-2 pitch is a fly ball blooper. That one going foul, just getting over the Aqua Sox dugout past the third base side. Count is at no balls and 2 strikes. The Volcanoes with 22 wins at home this season, 22-9. The Everett Aqua Sox going down to 3 games under 500 on the road with a 15-18 record. Herrera ahead of the count at 0-2. The windup and the 0-2 pitch. That is a shot that will fall for a base hit. 1 run's going to score. Here comes Istris. He is riding around third. That throw will get cut off. And Utah Jones knocks in the first 2 runs for the Aqua Sox in this series on a 2-run single. And Everett will take a 2-0 lead here in the top of the first inning. And we now go to the right fielder, Trent Tingelstad, another player for the Aqua Sox making his first appearance in this series. Jones getting RBIs number 10 and 11 on the year on a well-hit ball into right field that will fall right in front of the right fielder, Armani Smith. Herrera still looking for the first out, first pitch. That is a ground ball into the hole in center field. Gets past the glove of Herrera, and the inning will continue. Still nobody out in this inning, as Everett will have runners on first and second base. It was on a first pitch. Looked like a changeup that went down and outside, and Tingelstad took advantage of that and hit a ground ball. It gets off the mound very, very fast into the center field, where it was fielded by Hunter Bishop. And Everett already with 4 hits here in the top of the first inning. A timeout by Salem-Keizer. Dwight Bernard walking up to the mound to talk to Herrera, as well as the starting catcher Brandon Martirano, as they'll bring up the designated hitter Connor Hoover. The Aqua Sox still looking for their first out of this game. Javier Herrera entering today with a ERA of 4.09. Everett taking a 2-0 lead here early in this game in the top of the first inning. ERA has now gone up to 5.73. By the time of this at-bat right here, Herrera against the designated hitter Connor Hoover. Herrera, the windup, and the first pitch is an outside curveball for a ball 1 up at the letters. It'll be a 1-0 count. Herrera getting the sign. Brandon Martirano, the designated hitter Connor Hoover at the plate. The 0-1 pitch, that's another curveball. That one around under the belt, and it gets a little outside, but it'll be called a strike. Connor Hoover, 2 for 3 yesterday. He was one of 2 Aqua Sox players who had multiple base hits, with the other player being Kevin Santa, who had his first 2 base hits overall as an Aqua Sox player. 1 ball and 1 strike
Herrera the pitch. That is a ball 2 on another curveball. This one inside under the knees. And a 2-1 count. The Volcanoes also having a pretty good interleague record. They got their 13th win in interleague play. They're 13-9, and the 2-1 pitch is a ball 3. That one, a fastball that just gets outside there. 3 balls and a strike. Runners on first and second base. Herrera struggling to get the first out here in the top of the first inning, facing off against the designated hitter Connor Hoover. Robert Perez is on deck. 3-1, the windup and the pitch. That is a ground ball past the first base side on another fastball. Count will stay at. Count will go to 2-2. Full count 3-2. Javier Herrera allowing 4 singles to start this game. Kevin Santa with a single, Cesar Istris Jr. with a single, Utah Jones with a 2-run single, and then Trent Tingelstad with a single. And the payoff pitch by Herrera is a swing and a miss on a curveball outside for strike 3. And Herrera strikes out his first batter of the afternoon, Connor Hoover, the designated hitter. And we go to the first baseman, Robert Perez. A couple of days ago, he finished off a homestand at Everett Memorial Stadium at Funko Field with a walk-off 3-run home run against the Tri-City Dust Devils. And yesterday, he went 1 for 4 with a single and struck out in his last couple of times. Runners on first and second for Everett. It is Utah Jones at second base. Trent Tingelstad is at first. Herrera, the windup and the pitch. That is a ball 1 in the inside corner on a fastball down and in under the knees. Martirano moving towards the right-handed hitter's box to stabilize himself. Count out 1-0. Everett started off on 4 straight singles, and Herrera getting the first out of the game. A ball and no strikes. Herrera, the windup and the pitch. Swing and a miss on a curveball outside. And a 1-1 count now. Herrera using his curveball a couple of times just to try and overwhelm a couple of the hitters. And so far he is showing it. Did it against the lefty Connor Hoover, and now he's throwing it on the other end. And the 1-1 pitch is another curveball. This one into the right-handed hitter's box, a little inside. And the count is at 2 balls and a strike. Two balls and a strike. Runners on first and second base. Everett, they have 4 lefties in the lineup. The fourth and final one on deck, and Cade Marlowe, the 2-1 pitch. That is a foul. That one getting off the catcher's mask of Martirano as he takes it off immediately after that ball was hit. And the count is now 2-2, another 2-strike count for Javier Herrera. The 4 left-handed hitters in the lineup, Kevin Santa, Trent Tingelstad, and Connor Hoover. Hoover, the only one that Herrera was able to get out at this point. Cade Marlowe is on deck. The shift right now, the shortstop Jeff Hoppe right near the second base bag. Marco Luciano is right in front of left field, and Yorlis Rodriguez is right near the third base bag. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's another curveball that goes inside. And the count will go full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Herrera trying to use that curveball on a few occasions. Either he's been throwing it inside a little bit or outside. There's been a couple of times where he's got it just right. Runners on first and second with 1 out. The Aqua Sox threatening to get some more runs on the board. The payoff pitch, runner goes. That is a ball 4. Throw to third. Does he get the runner out? And they will not, as that was a fastball, ball 4 that just gets over the knees and outside. Everett will have the bases loaded. The throw to third to try and get Utah Jones is not in time, as Everett will have the bases loaded for the left fielder, Cade Marlowe. He was in the cleanup spot and went 0 for 4 with a fly ball to the shortstop, Marco Luciano, on a nice play by him for out number 2 in the first. Grounded out to the first baseman, Baker Mendoza in the 4th. Flew out to the right fielder, Armani Smith in the 6th against Jorge Labrador, and struck out swinging against Clay Helvey in the 8th. Everett with the bases loaded, one out here in the first. Wind up and the first pitch. That is a foul chopper that rolls in front of home plate. The count will start off at 0-1. First walk for Herrera as the Aqua Sox still with 2 runs and 4 hits. No one near the first base bag, no one near the third base bag. Try and pick off any of the runners at the moment. Rodriguez isn't near the third base bag either. And the 0-1 pitch is a strike 2 looking on a curveball. It goes right down the hole, a little above the knees, and the count is at 0 balls, 2 strikes. Herrera using that curveball pretty frequently so far in this half inning. But has been working a little about 50-50 for him at this point. As the bases are loaded, 1 out here. The windup and the 0-1 pitch, that is outside, and a ball 1, another curveball. This one above the knees outside, a ball and 2 strikes. The other games around the Northwest League, the only other game that is really going on, that is the Hillsboro Hops leading the Tri-City Dust Devils 6-0. And we already have a game that's final, that is Vancouver beating Boise again with another score of 3-2. This one not on a walk-off. The 1-2 pitch that is inside on another curveball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Everett starting off with a 2-0 lead in the top of the first. 2 runs on 4 hits and no errors at this moment. As the bases are loaded for the Aqua Sox. Herrera getting the sign from the catcher, Brandon Martirano. Herrera, the windup and the 2-2 pitch. That's a swing and a foul. Marlowe with a quick swing at it on a fastball that goes a little bit out in the corner, outside corner of the strike zone. As Herrera is doing the same thing as what he did on the payoff pitch to Robert Perez, which he tried to do an outside fastball. This time Marlowe swung at it. And the count is at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bases are loaded for Everett. 1 out in the top of the first. Wind up and the 2-2 pitch. That is inside, and the count is full again. Tried another curveball, but it goes inside in the dirt right in front of Marlowe. So another full count. This time with the bases loaded. As Everett's threatening to get some more runs on the board. Herrera using that curveball, especially in his fastball in times. Used his fastball pretty frequently in the first few hitters, but didn't go out well. The payoff pitch is a foul chopper. This one, a fastball in the inside corner, and the count will stay full at 3-2. Herrera using his changeup pretty frequently, which unfortunately allowed the 4 base hits and the 2 runs to score. But he's been switching it up with his curveball and fastball, mainly using his curveball in the next few hitters. Timeout by the hitter Marlowe, the left-handed hitter, the 4th and final one in the lineup. As the Volcanoes will try and get out of the situation, trying to get one step further out of the situation. The payoff pitch is a swing and a miss and a fastball, strike 3. A little bit on the outside corner. This time Marlowe tried to swing at it, but does not get contact. A huge out here for Jacier Herrera early in this game, as he'll bring up the number 8 hitter, the starting catcher, Brennan Kalawahea, who was a member of the Eugene Emeralds last year. He has played with 4 teams in the Mariners organization. He played in 18 games for the Eugene Emeralds, was a member of their 2018 Northwest League Championship team. And is playing in his 11th game with the Aqua Sox after 2 with Tacoma, 1 with the Arizona League Mariners, and 1 with the Mariners AA team Arkansas. First pitch is a fastball in the inside corner at the knees, strike 1 looking. Utah Jones is at third base. Trent Tingelstead is at second base. And Robert Perez is at first. Herrera starting off with an 0-1 count on a good inside fastball. A good spot by Jacier.
In the stretch, getting the sign from Marcherano. Wind up and the 0-1. That is a shot going in the center field. Hunter Bishop, he is under it and will make the catch. And that will end the top of the first inning. 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors, and 3 runners left on. The Volcanoes facing an early deficit as Tim Elliott will face off against Hunter Bishop, Marco Luciano, and Alex Canario. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
It's great to know that some major sports stars from Oregon trust and rely on PT Northwest for high-level treatment. Both Kevin Gregg of the Baltimore Orioles and Kevin Boss of the Kansas City Chiefs have relied on PT Northwest for their physical therapy needs. But you don't have to be a major league star to benefit. PT Northwest is on the cutting edge of sports medicine. PT Northwest, now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley. Go online to ptnorthwest.com or call 503-371-8860.
I'm here with Rich Kansky, owner of Green Acres Landscape. Rich, after 20 years, you've rebranded Green Acres. Can you give us some insight as to why the change?
Well, as we've evolved as a company over the last 20 years, we started with 2 employees, and now we have up to 50 employees that offer residential, commercial, municipal, and industrial landscape. We felt the need to better represent who we are as a company and share our business culture with our community.
See the new look of Green Acres Landscape on their website at greenacreslandscapeinc.com. Green Acres Landscape, leaving no footprint.
Extra Mile presents the exploits of Extra Man.
What's up?
In today's episode, Extra Man discovers a tear in the space-time continuum.
It's okay. Some duct tape will fix that right up.
But now, Extra Man finds himself trapped somewhere in the hunger vortex between breakfast, brunch, lunch, dinner, and dinner.
My hunger knows no bounds.
So how will Extra Man deal with this perpetual state of hunger?
Quick and easy. Run by Extra Mile convenience store at Chevron, grab some jerky, hot dog, taquitos, maybe a salad or fresh fruit, because it's always time for
Extra Mile. Extras every day at select Chevron locations.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the first inning. Everett scoring the first 2 runs of the game on 4 consecutive singles that were hit by Everett, including a 2-run single by Utah Jones that gave the Everett Aqua Sox a 2-0 lead. Everett bringing in their starting pitcher. It will be Tim Elliott, the right-hander on the mound. Originally, it was going to be Jorge Benitez, but he ended up getting scratched at the last minute, as well as a couple of other changes. As Elliott walks up on the mound, his 13th appearance at his 10th start this season. He is 1-3 with an ERA of 4.44. As the center fielder Hunter Bishop walks up to the plate for the first time in this series. The defensive alignment for the Everett Aqua Sox. On the mound is Elliott. Behind the plate is Brendan Kalawahea. On the infield at third base is Utah Jones. The shortstop is Cesar Istris. The second baseman Kevin Santa. And the first baseman is Robert Perez. On the outfield at left is Cade Marlowe. The center fielder is Miguel Perez, and the right fielder is Trent Tingelstad. Elliott, the windup and the first pitch to Hunter Bishop is a fastball in the outside corner at a little above the letters at 1-0. The lineup for the Volcanoes, it is the center fielder Hunter Bishop, the shortstop Marco Luciano, and the designated hitter Alex Canario. The 1-0 pitch, that's a swing and a miss on a slider inside on a 1-1 count. Bishop making his first appearance against the Aqua Sox this season, the first-round draft choice out of Arizona State, taking on the fourth-round draft choice by the Mariners. The 1-1 pitch, that's a shot. That one getting into the gap in right field, but Trent Tingelstad is under it and will make the catch, fighting the sun a little bit to make the catch for out number 1. Hunter Bishop with a pretty nice hack right there, but it'll end in out number 1. We now go to the starting shortstop, Marco Luciano, who made his first home start against the Aqua Sox yesterday and did pretty solid over there. Went 1 for 4 with an RBI single and a couple of runs that helped the offensive effort. First pitch from Elliott is a ball 1. That one on a sinking slider that goes down and out under the knees. A 1-0 count to Luciano. Elliott, the windup and the 1-0. That is a fastball around the same spot, down and outside. 2 balls, no strikes. The rest of the lineup, the left fielder Jairo Pomares, the left-hander making his first start of the season, first home start of the year for the Volcanoes. The 2-0 pitch, foul ball, straight back to the netting. And the count is at 2 balls and a strike. As Marco gets under a fastball there, we have the right fielder Armani Smith and the catcher Brandon Martirano. The first baseman Carter Aldretti is batting 7th. The third baseman Yorlis Rodriguez is batting 8th, and the second baseman Jeff Hoppe will be batting 9th. The windup and the 2-1 pitch by Elliott. That is a shot that will go into center field. Running for it to try and make the play will be the center fielder Miguel Perez, as he'll make a running catch in short center field for out number 2. And now here's the designated hitter Alex Canario, who got a couple of runs yesterday for the Volcanoes, went 2 for 4 with an RBI single, and he had 3 runs. He has 26 runs total on the year, and now 28 RBIs on the season. Elliott getting the sign from Kalawahea. Wind up in the first pitch is upstairs on a fastball inside, a little under the letters at 1-0. Tim Elliott starting off with a ball to start off the at-bat, and all 3 batters he's faced so far. The 1-0 pitch is the fastball, just gets a little outside, goes under the letters for a strike 1 looking. Step back in the windup, Elliott, the pitch. That is inside. That is a slider that just goes above the knees, and now it's a 1-2 count. The first 2-strike count for Tim Elliott on the afternoon. Elliott getting the sign. Step back in the windup. The 2-1 pitch. That is outside on a 1-2 count. Or my mistake, is a 1-2 count. The scoreboard shows a 2-1. It was a curveball with a nice spot. There was a couple of Aqua Sox infielders who were walking over to the dugout, thought that was strike 3, but that was actually ball 2. And that was a nice placement. It was at the knees, but it gets a little outside. The 2-2 pitch by Elliott is a shot that will get over the head of the second baseman, Kevin Santa, and will fall into right field as Alex Canario gets his first hit of the night, gets the first hit for the Volcanoes. As we go to the left fielder, Jairo Pomares, who is making his first home start for the Volcanoes this year. Currently has 4 hits and 24 at-bats with a double and RBI, walked once, and struck out 9 times in 25 plate appearances in the 2 road series that he played in the 6 games. First pitch is a strike 1 looking on a fastball inside, where Pomares looked like he had to move out of the way from that one. And the count will start off at 0-1. Canario getting a base hit on a slider that was sinking a little bit, and Canario taking a chance at that one. Elliott, the windup in the 0-1 pitch. That's a fly ball past the third base line. Count is at 0-2 on a fastball that was above the strike zone, on the top part of the strike zone. So Elliott facing off at a 2-strike count here. Pomares representing the game-tying run for the Volcanoes here in the bottom of the first inning. Elliott getting the sign from Kalawahea, the windup and the 0-2 pitch. That is a swing and a miss on an outside fastball, and that's going to end the first. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a runner left on. 2-0 Everett going into the top of the second inning. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
When it comes to plumbing issues, you need someone you can trust. Done Right Plumbing is family-owned and operated with years of experience serving residential customers in the Mid-Valley. They take great pride in getting the job done right the first time. Done Right will respect you, your home, and the environment. The staff is proud to live and work in the Mid-Valley and support our local events. Call them at 503-364-2668. When you need plumbing, get her done right at Done Right Plumbing. That's done, R-I-T-E, plumbing.
Hi, I'm Jaden. My husband Chris and I own Synergize Auto here in Dallas, Oregon. We always have a great selection of quality pre-owned vehicles and power sports, and you'll be working directly with us always. We are a non-pressuring, easy to work with, and family-owned company. We offer financing options, take trade-ins, and do consignments. See our inventory at synergizeauto.com. That's SYNERGIZE auto.com. Find us on Google to see what customers are saying. We're all about service and being a dealership you can trust.
If you have an accident in your car or truck, go to Jackson's Body Shop and you'll be well taken care of. This third-generation family business has repaired thousands of vehicles right here in Salem. The Jackson team brings you the best of both worlds. They have an excellent working relationship with insurance companies, but they are your advocate when notifying the insurance adjuster what your vehicle needs to get back to its prior condition, not what you can get by with. Jackson's Body Shop on Silverton Road, jacksonsautobody.com. jacksonsautobody.com.
Beck, Rush, Newsmakers, Gorka, and Sexton. The best live talk weekdays is on 1430 KYKN, Kaiser Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the second inning. Jacier Herrera back on the mound after allowing 2 runs on 4 hits in the top of the first inning. And he'll face off against the number 9 hitter and the center fielder, Miguel Perez. Herrera threw 31 pitches for 20 strikes in that inning. One highlight from that inning is that he left the bases loaded, which meant it could have been worse in the top of the first. Herrera, the first pitch is a curveball, swing and a miss, and a strike one as the center fielder, Miguel Perez, swings at it. There's a little bit of a check swing, saying that he went around. Home plate umpire in Andrew Clark saying that he went around. The 0-1 pitch is another curveball. This one hit right near the line in left field. That is going to fall for a base hit. And Perez will just have a 1-out single, and now he's going to go for 2 with a double after he sees that the left fielder Jairo Pomares was not rushing to pick up the ball. So it will be a double for Miguel Perez to start off the top of the second inning. And we now go to the top of the order in the second baseman, Kevin Santa, who started off the inning with a single and scored one of the 2 runs for the Aqua Sox in the top of the first inning. Herrera getting the sign from Brandon Marchirano. The first pitch is a bunt. That one is a foul. That'll hit the netting above the Aqua Sox on deck hitter in Cesar Izturis. So Kevin Santa and Izturis both getting on base on singles. They would both score the only runs for the Aqua Sox here tonight in the top of the first inning. And the count at 0-1. The windup and the 0-1 pitch at the ground ball, fielded by the shortstop Luciano. Quick throws to the first baseman Aldretti, and he gets him in time. Miguel Perez is going to move to third as Kevin Santa gets out with a ground out. Here in the top of the second inning, here is the shortstop Cesar Izturis, who had a single and scored one of the 2 runs in the top of the first. As Cesar Izturis Jr., the son of former Major Leaguer Cesar Izturis Sr., who played in the majors from 2001 to 2013 with a number of teams, mainly with the LA Dodgers early in his career. And the first pitch from Herrera to Cesar Izturis is a ball 1. Inside, a ball and no strikes. It was in 2004 in which Cesar Izturis Sr. got a Gold Glove. 2005, it was his only year as an All-Star. The infield is in for the Volcanoes. Count out 0-1. Tries another curveball. This one works. This one going above the knees on the outside corner, and it's a 1-1 count. Herrera finding more control of the curveball. Getting no strikes early. And now what he needs to do here is to not get into full counts. He got into a number of full counts in the first inning, which made the bases loaded, but also went towards his side. The 1-1 pitch, that one was a curveball inside and a foul as it rolls towards the Aqua Sox on deck hitter Utah Jones, and the count will go at a ball and 2 strikes. The first 3 hitters for the Volcanoes in the bottom of the second will be Armani Smith, Brandon Marchirano, and Carter Aldretti. A ball and 2 strikes. Herrera is ahead of the count. Getting the sign from Brandon Marchirano. The infield is in. All 4 infielders are on the infield grass. The 1-2 pitch. That is a swing and a miss on a fastball above the strike zone. Cesar was reaching for that one as Herrera will get his third strikeout of the afternoon, a huge out for out number 2. As we now go to the third baseman, Utah Jones, who now has 11 RBIs on the year after he knocked in the only 2 runs that Everett has so far in this game. And a timeout by Jones. Miguel Perez starting off the second inning with a leadoff double right near the line in left field. Herrera getting the sign, the windup, and the first pitch is a ball 1 on a curveball that goes under the knees, and they'll hit the dirt and a 1-0 count. Utah Jones, after hitting that 2-run single, was stranded at third base. The Aqua Sox left the bases loaded after scoring 2 runs in the top of the first. A ball and no strikes. Herrera, the pitch that is, a strike 1 looking on a fastball at the knees on the inside corner. And a 1-1 count. So Hillsborough already leading 7-0 over the Tri-City Dust Devils. They have the bases loaded with nobody out currently in the top of the fourth. The 1-1 pitch, that is a ground ball fielded by the shortstop Luciano, throws to the first baseman Aldretti, and the Aqua Sox leave a runner on third base as Jacier Herrera gets out of the second inning scoreless. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a runner left on. The score staying at 2-0 Everett going into the bottom of the second inning. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Les Schwab is a proud sponsor of the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. This is a team that puts their heart and soul into every game, whether it's at home or Volcano Stadium or a game in someone else's hometown. Before you head out to your next adventure in a new town or destination, stop by your local Les Schwab for a free visual alignment and brake check. It's the perfect double play for a safe driving experience. Or ask about the Les Schwab free pre-trip safety check. Schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
Huggins and Bliss Insurance encourage you to shop locally. Everyone needs insurance, and when you work with Huggins and Bliss, you get a best-in-class agent, advisor, and advocate. More importantly, the money you spend stays in our community. Huggins and Bliss are proud to support many area nonprofits who are helping to meet critical needs. One such nonprofit is Liberty House, which provides support to children who have been abused. Their mission of changing hurt into hope impacts the trajectory of young lives in a positive way. If it wasn't for Liberty House, there would be no entity in Salem doing this work. If you want to learn more about Liberty House or even donate to their cause, please visit libertyhousecenter.org. To get a quote from Huggins and Bliss, please call 503-585-2211 or visit Huggins.com and reference Liberty House. In addition to getting a thorough and competitive quote, Huggins will make a $25 contribution to Liberty House.
Your home for high school football, Ducks football, and Volcanoes baseball. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back here in the bottom of the second inning. Everett, they leave a runner at third base, but they still lead by a score of 2-0. Tim Elliott back on the mound for the Aqua Sox. Will face off against the 5, 6, and 7 hitters, starting with the right fielder, Armani Smith, as Armani went 2 for 5 with an RBI single in the bottom of the 8th inning in last night's game. Elliott, the first pitch is a chopper. That one a slow one. Fielded by the shortstop is Therese. Quick throw to first. Will to get him in time, and a will on a pick from the first baseman, Robert Perez. And just like that, we got the first out here in the bottom of the second inning. Here is the catcher, Brandon Martirano, walking up to the plate. The shortstop is Therese, making a nice play right near the second base bag, a running throw. That was a little short, but the first baseman, Robert Perez, is able to make an easy pick on the first base bag to get out number 1. Here is the catcher, Martirano, the 2019 draft choice out of the University of North Carolina. Elliott in the stretch, getting the sign from Kalawahea. The windup and the first pitch is a ground ball fielded by the second baseman, Kevin Santa. Throws to the first baseman, Robert Perez, that is in time for out number 2. I meant to say second baseman. And that will be on the first pitch as well for out number 2. Now here is the starting first baseman, Carter Aldretti, who will be making his second appearance in this series. He went 1 for 4 and scored on a 2-run single by Martirano. He hit a leadoff single in the bottom of the 8th inning and scored one of the 3 runs that were on the board for the Volcanoes in the bottom of the 8th inning.
So the Aqua Sox with 2 runs and 5 hits. And Elliott, the windup and the first pitch is a strike one right down the middle on a fastball at 90 miles an hour. This one a little above the belt under the letters. At an 0-1 count. And the 0-1 pitch. That is a fly ball popped up, and that will go past the first base side. And the count is at 0-2. As Elliott is ahead of the count here, no balls and 2 strikes to pitch. That is a chopper fielded by the shortstop Istris. Throws right near the bag, throws to first, and it'll be in time. And the second inning, just like that, after 5 pitches is over. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. 2-0 Everett going into the top of the 3rd inning, with Jacier Herrera facing off against the middle of the order. Tingelstad, Hoover, and Perez. 2 lefties to start off the top of the 3rd. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Do you have a tree problem on your property? R&R Tree Service has the answer. Whether it be stump grinding, trimming, pruning, or tree removal, R&R Tree Service has you covered. This family-owned tree care company, located in the heart of Salem, has been helping property owners in the Mid-Willamette Valley make the best tree care decisions. Call the friendly office staff at R&R Tree Service or visit them at rrtreeservice.com and sign up for a free bidder estimate. That's rrtreeservice.com.
John, the owner of John's Decks and Fences, will be on your deck or fencing job every day, making sure that every detail is correct. If you're thinking about a deck or fencing project, talk it over with John. He'll be able to help your dream come true. John's Decks and Fences is a family-owned business with low overhead, so that means big savings for you. Many Mid-Valley people are glad they chose John's Decks and Fences for their project. With all the options available, it's good to have an expert in your corner. Contact John at 855-946-5393, CCB number 219310.
Johnson Funeral Home in Salem salutes our veterans and thanks them for their years of service for our country. Local owners of Johnson Funeral Home, Miles and Aaron, understand the importance of being responsible service providers. They work with families at a difficult time and make sure that all the details and considerations are properly handled. Keep locally owned Johnson Funeral Home in mind for funerals, cremations, pre-planning, or celebrations of life. For more details, go to johnsonscelebrations.com. johnsonscelebrations.com.
Don't miss Newsmakers with Brent DeHart and Dave Bourne. Weekdays at noon on the Mid-Valley's Best Talk, 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the 3rd inning. A 1-2-3 inning by Tim Elliott ends the 2nd. And we now go to the top of the 3rd. Jacier Herrera, the first pitch from him is a fastball for strike 1. And an 0-1 pitch is a fastball down and in, swing and a miss for a strike 2. Against the left-handed hitter, right fielder Trent Tingelstad. Will face off against him, the designated hitter Connor Hoover. And the first baseman, Robert Perez. Herrera, the windup and the 0-2 pitch that is outside, and a curveball under the knees in the dirt outside. A ball and 2 strikes. Both teams 3rd place in their respective divisions in second half play. The 1-2 pitch, that's a swing and a miss on a curveball for strike 3. And Jacier Herrera getting strikeout number 1, 2, 3, 4 on the night. And we now go to the designated hitter Connor Hoover, who is the first strikeout victim for the Volcanoes back in the 1st. As the only other game that really has anything going on is the game between the Tri-City Dust Devils and the Hillsboro Hops. Hillsboro leading going into the top of the 5th by a score of 9-0. First pitch is a strike 1 looking on a fastball that goes up and out in the strike zone under the letters of the jerseys. Wind up and the 0-1 pitch by Herrera outside and a ball 1. A fastball that goes way outside and a ball and a strike. The score between Eugene and Spokane, that game is currently scoreless. Both teams looking at each other's scores as they're both tied for first. This one an 0-1 pitch. That one flying to right field. That almost gets away from the right fielder Armani Smith, but he is able to make the catch as he was fighting the sun. And it'll get him for the second out. He had to reach up to around the left of him for out number 2. He had his right hand covering his head from the sun, and he had his glove up in the air, and he's able to make the catch for the second out in the top of the 3rd. We now go to the first baseman, Robert Perez, who has walked on a full count in his only time up in the 1st inning.
A timeout by the home plate umpire, Andrew Clark. Again, the umpires for today's game, Andrew Clark at home plate, Kyle Stutz at first base. First pitch is a shot. That one is caught by the second baseman, Jeff Hope, and almost gets into the glove of the pitcher, Herrera, and just like that, the top of the third inning is over. A 1-2-3 inning for Jacier Herrera, and Everett will keep a 2-0 lead. It'll be Tim Elliott against the 8-9-1 hitters, Rodriguez, Hope, and Bishop. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Miss Jennings, please explain to the jury what happened.
Well, I was running late. I ran down the stairs into the kitchen, and that's when I saw him. I can't.
Well, go on.
He was making instant coffee.
Good mornings deserve good coffee. At McDonald's, we brew ours fresh with 100% Arabica beans. Now get any size iced coffee or small McCafe espresso, like an iced caramel macchiato for $2, or any size hot coffee for $1. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with combo meal.
I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes when I was 4 years old. It's not easy. Every day I have to test my blood sugars and give myself shots. Sue Ellen is the legacy health nurse at my school. She gives me hugs and makes me happy. She also helped me become more independent. Now I can do anything, like learn to swim or become a doctor. I'm Gavin, and this is my legacy.
Legacy Health. Our legacy is yours.
You'll love the fresh selection of fruits and veggies at Jones Farm Produce this summer. You can save 50% if you stop by halfpriceoregon.com and pick up a $10 gift certificate for just $5. The Jones family grows and sells delicious products direct to the public at their fruit stand on River Road North in Keizer. Visit their ice cream stand too. Get a $10 gift certificate for just $5 only at halfpriceoregon.com.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the third inning. Everett still with a 2-0 lead over the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. Tim Elliott, he has been taken out of the game after 2 innings and was replaced by the pitcher that was originally going to start in today's game, but now he is on the mound, and that will be Jorge Benitez. For the past few days, he was announced to be the starting pitcher for today's game, but now he will come in as a reliever, as Tim Elliott will be done after 2 innings, allowing only 1 hit and striking out 1 batter, no runs and no walks. As Benitez will start off against the third baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez. Benitez, the 20-year-old from San Juan, Puerto Rico, entering today's game with a record of 2-2 and an ERA of 4.93, making his 13th appearance this year and his 10th relief appearance, allowing 41 hits, 23 runs, walking 29, striking out 44 in 42 innings. First pitch to Rodriguez is a foul ball that hits the netting behind home plate. Count will start off at 0-1. Rodriguez making his first appearance today, as he hit in the 6th spot yesterday, went 1 for 3. And the 0-1 pitch, a fly ball. This one going in the center field. The center fielder Miguel Perez making another spectacular running catch. And the second one of the day for him, gets him for out number 1. And we now go to the second baseman Jeff Hope. This is the first time that he's faced off against the Volcanoes this season, the first time since the Aqua Sox played the Hillsboro Hops in Everett that he faced off against an interleague opponent. He threw 2 innings, allowing 2 hits, 2 runs, walked 2, and struck out 3 on the outing. And has also lost 2 of his last 3 appearances, as he allowed 5 runs at Vancouver and 4 runs at Hillsboro. The 0-1 pitch to Hope is a fastball inside on a 1-1 count. The second baseman Jeff Hope making his first appearance in this series, the 2019 draft pick out of the University of San Diego. The 1-1 count, a fastball that goes inside. Hope getting a piece of that, and it will go into the seats past the third base side behind the Aqua Sox dugout. Counted out, ball and 2 strikes. Benitez ahead of the count. Getting the sign from Brendan Kalawahea. The windup and the 1-2 pitch. That is inside and will hit Jeff Hope in the back and what looks like the lower back on a curveball. And Hopi will walk to first base. The game-tying run at home plate with a baseball bat right now. That is the center fielder, Hunter Bishop, who flew out to the right fielder, Trent Tingelstad, in the top of the first inning. As Hopi represents the first run of the game, Bishop representing the game-tying run. Tim Elliott, as of right now, I believe he'll get a no decision because he threw only 2 innings. Benitez, the first pitch that is inside, and a ball one and a fastball down and in. A little bit of a sinker there in an 0-1 count. Bishop, the 2019 draft choice out of Arizona State, drafted in the first round in the 10th choice in the draft. He's got a few home runs, including one a couple of days ago at PK Park. Throw to first is not in time to try and get Jeff Hopi, who is currently 2 for 4 on stolen bases this year. The player that leads stolen bases among active players on the roster is Quan Adkins with 9. Hunter Bishop is second with 6. The 1-0 pitch inside and a fastball. I was thinking that was a little outside. It was in the dirt, but it goes outside. 2 ball, no strikes, another fastball. Hopi 2 for 4 in stolen bases. He's facing off against a left-handed pitcher in Benitez. And the 2-0 pitch, that is a fly ball foul past the third base side. And a 2-1 count. Marco Luciano on deck, as he'll be looking to get a huge hit here for the Volcanoes when it comes up to the plate. We'll see if Hunter Bishop can do the same here. He's ahead of the count at 2 balls and a strike. Benitez to pitch, that's a chopper. That goes foul, and the count is even at 2-2. The third home run of the year back a couple of days ago. He hit a solo home run back in the top of the 7th inning. The game was well over with the Eugene Emeralds leading by 7 runs, but Bishop hit his 3rd home run of the season with 7 RBIs. He has 15 hits total. Throw to first, not in time to try and get Hopi. And that was one of the things that people around minor league baseball, and especially around the Giants farm system, have been paying attention to in particular, was the performance of Hunter Bishop. So far not doing so well with a batting average of 182 at the moment. But he does have a couple of positives towards his time here. Once again, getting a good jump on the base paths, 6 stolen bases, as well as 3 home runs on the year. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Benitez, the windup and the pitch outside, and a fastball down and out, and a full count at 3-2. Another positive about Bishop this year is how patient he has been at the plate. And Bishop currently, he has been walked 27 times in 23 games. He's also struck out 27 times in 23 games. And a throw to first, not in time, but it'll be a rundown for Hopi as he gets tagged by the shortstop Isteris. And Jeff Hopi is out at first base, and that gets him for the second out of the inning, a 1-3-4, as Hopi gets caught between first and second base for the second out of the bottom of the third. The count will stay full at 3-2, as Hunter Bishop will look to try and get another base runner on, try to add on to the inning. And Benitez, the windup and the payoff pitch, that's a fly ball foul. That one hitting the netting right near the Aqua Sox on deck circle. Count is stay full. Hillsborough still leading Tri-City 9-0. No score between Eugene and Spokane going into the top of the 4th. And Vancouver already played and beat Boise by a score of 3-2. The payoff pitch is a slider that goes down and way out for a ball 4. That is the 28th time in his 24th game that Hunter Bishop has been walked. And now the game-tying run walking up to the plate in Marco Luciano. This is another player that a lot of people around minor league baseball, and particularly in the Giants organization, have been paying attention to a lot. But right now is also going through a little bit of a slump, with 3 hits and 22 at-bats with 3 runs, a double and a couple of RBIs. First pitch is a slider. Got a little outside for a ball 1.
He's been walked 4 times, struck out 3, got his first stolen base. And an 0-1 pitch, that one a shot going in the left field, and Luciano on a 1-0 count on a fastball from Benitez gets a base hit. And the count will go back to 0-0. Face off against the designated hitter Alex Canario. The Volcanoes with runners on first and second base with 2 outs. And the kid, Marco Luciano, has his first hit of the day. Here is the designated hitter Canario, who had the only other hit by the Volcanoes. And that was back in the first inning on a 2-2 count. What looked like a golf shot over the head of the second baseman, Kevin Santa, in the right field. First pitch, inside, and a ball 1 and a slider. Benitez getting himself in a little bit of a situation. He has softened it a little bit with Jeff Hope getting out on a rundown between first and second base, but the inning is still going on. Benitez in the stretch. The left-hander to the right-hander, Canario. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch. That is inside. That is another slider, down and out, or down and in, my mistake. 2 balls and no strikes. The game-tying run at first base in Luciano. The runner at second base is Hunter Bishop. The Volcanoes getting their second hit of the day on that single from Luciano. Jorge Benitez getting the sign from the catcher, Brendan Kalawahea. The Volcanoes have a little bit of progress here. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. And Benitez looking over at second, steps off the rubber, doesn't throw to Hunter Bishop. The Volcanoes looking to get their first runs of the game on the board. They currently trail 2-0 to the Everett Aqua Sox. And Benitez, the 2-0 pitch. That's a golf shot going into left field right near Marlowe. That's going to fall fair right near the line. 1 run's going to score. Luciano's going to stay at third, and Canario's going to go to second. And now the ball's going to roll away, and Luciano, now they're saying that's foul. That was in fair territory right near the line. What does he mean that that's foul? It looked like from this angle right here, it landed on the line. And the count now is at 2-1. And now Canario will have another chance here. See if he can make it more than a double. From this angle over here in the press box, it looked like that ball landed in fair territory and with some room, too, with some breathing room. It wasn't on the line. But the at-bat will continue. 2 balls and a strike. Benitez to pitch. That is a fly ball. Popped up. That one's playable. Kalawahea is running for it, but it'll go into the seats. And the count will go at 2-2. And Benitez is now ahead of the count with 2 outs. As Canario still has a chance to get some runs on the board. It looked like it would have been an RBI double right there, but there will be runners that will stay on first and second base. Benitez getting the sign from Brennan. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch, that is a shot that going in the left field. This one is for sure fair. Bishop will run around the third, and he will score in the Volcanoes. Trail the Aqua Sox now 2-1. This one a shot over the head of the third baseman, Utah Jones. An RBI single for Canario. This one also to left field. And Everett now leads by a score of 2-1. Marco Luciano is at second base. And Jairo Pomares is up at the plate. The left-hander struck out swinging in his only other time up at the plate. A base hit would tie the game for Salem-Keizer. Benitez. Runners on first and second. The windup and the pitch. That is inside. That hits Pomares on the leg. And the bases will be loaded for Armani Smith, the right fielder. Looked like it hit Pomares at around the right back of the right calf. And the bases will be loaded. Timeout by Everett with Brendan Kalawahea walking up to the mound to talk to Jorge Benitez along with the entire Aqua Sox infield and Perez, Santa, Isturis, and Jones.
As the Volcanoes have taken advantage of the fact that the Aqua Sox have brought in a new pitcher. They now trail by a score of 2-1. As Benitez hits his second batter of the inning. He hit Jeff Hoppe earlier in the inning. And it was that run down between first and second. That was the reason why this game's not a tie ball game. Benitez, the first pitch to Armani Smith, is outside and a curveball above the strike zone at ball 1. First, the Aqua Sox had the bases loaded in the top of the first with 2 runs on the board. Now the Volcanoes have the bases loaded here in the bottom of the third with so far 1 run on the board. Armani Smith, a base hit, could tie it, maybe even give them the lead. A 1-0 pitch, that is a fly ball. That will go into center field. Back goes Perez. Perez is looking back up. He is looking up. He is at the warning track. He can't make the catch. 1 run is going to score. Here comes 2. Here comes Jairo Pomares. Armani Smith is going to go to third, and he has himself a bases-clearing 3-bagger on a very well-hit fly ball over the head of the center fielder, Miguel Perez. And just like that, the Volcanoes score 3 runs. They lead by a score of 4-2 to the Aqua Sox on a bases-clearing triple by Armani Smith on a 1-0 count. Luciano will score easily. Alex Canario will score. And Jairo Pomares will score. And Volcanoes, Salem-Keizer, they take a 4-2 lead. Here is the catcher, Brandon Marchirano. Benitez, first pitch is a fly ball. Well hit past the first base side on a fastball low and under the strike zone at 0-1. That was a very well-hit ball by Armani Smith, but it wasn't until the center fielder Miguel Perez just kept running towards the center field wall where we knew there was going to be something else. The 0-1 pitch is a fastball going up and out, 1-1. And when Perez, he crashed into the wall, but he went to the wall a little too early, so he couldn't have enough time to find where that ball was going to land. Turns out that ball landed to the left of him. The 1-1 pitch is a slider that's down and in, 2 balls and a strike. So Armani Smith getting his second triple and now has 17 RBIs on the year. The 2-2 pitch, a check swing, a clear check swing. He did go around strike 2 on a fastball that goes under the belt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Armani Smith is at third base. Benitez in the stretch, the 2-2 pitch. That is a fly ball. That one going to right field. That'll be foul past the first base line. So Salem-Keizer now leads by a score of 4-2 here in the bottom of the third inning. Marchirano looking to get an RBI or 2 of his own. A base hit could increase the lead for the Volcanoes here. The 2-2 pitch, that is outside, and a fastball for ball 3. And it all started after Jeff Hoppe got run down between first and second. This is all with 2 outs. Hunter Bishop with a walk. Luciano with a base hit. Alex Canario with an RBI single. Pomares got hit by a pitch, and Armani Smith had a bases-clearing triple. And the payoff pitch is a fastball up and out for a ball 4, so the inning will continue here in the bottom of the third as we now go to the number 9, or the 9th hitter of this inning will be the first baseman, Carter Aldretti, looking to extend this inning after he grounded out to the shortstop, Cesar Izturis, in the final inning for Tim Elliott. So far, 1 big hit by Armani Smith is all the difference. And a bases-clearing triple gives him 17 RBIs on the season and his second triple as a Volcano this year. As Brendan Kalawahea was walking up to talk to Benitez, who from here at the press box is visibly distraught after what he has allowed here in this inning. As there is already a guy in the bullpen for Everett who will fill in for Benitez, most likely either when he's done with the next inning, maybe the inning after that, or if he can't get out of this one. He has thrown 2/3 of an inning so far and will face off against Carter Aldretti, the first baseman. First pitch is a strike 1 looking on a slider that just gets under the strike zone at around the knees. Benitez has thrown 30 pitches in this inning against 8 batters, now his 9th batter with his 31st pitch. The 0-1 pitch by Jorge. That is a hard hit ball going to the left field. That's hooking foul going into the Everett bullpen.
The left fielder, Cade Marlowe, the closest to it. That one almost hitting. I believe that is Brock Minich, who is the Everett Aqua Sox pitcher at the moment in the bullpen. And the count now is at 0-2. Carter Aldretti looking to extend the inning, getting another run on the board. Armani Smith is at third base. Brandon Martirano, the catcher, is at first. Benitez, the windup man, the throw to first is not in time. The Volcanoes, 4 runs on 4 hits. The Aqua Sox, they have 2 runs on 5 hits. And no errors from either side. Benitez getting the sign. He's ahead of the count at 0-2. Looking for his first strikeout. The 0-2 pitch outside and a ball 1. And the catcher, Martirano's in a rundown. The throw to home plate to try and get Armani Smith. Now Smith is in a rundown. Martirano's going to go to second. Kalaheia's trying to throw to third, but he'll tag Smith. And the inning is over. Now it's a ball 1, as it'll be a 1. I believe that is a 1-3-2 that'll get Armani Smith. Smith was trying to score after Everett was distracted by Martirano, and he will get out, but 4 runs will score on 1, 2, 3 hits. No errors and a runner left on, and Salem-Keizer has a 4-2 lead going into the top of the 4th. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, and one of the unique features of our store is we have a fine jewelry section. I specialize in colored stones, like Podparage, Savorite, Alexandrite, the Oregon Gemstone, Sunstone. This is a unique and wonderful addition to any collection that you may have. This is Walker Yates with I've Got Rocks in My Head, 110 North Water in historic downtown Silverton.
Coat of Arms, the premier firearm retailer in Keizer, has moved to their new location at 4190 North River Road, and the showroom is looking great. Coat of Arms offers Cerakoting, hydro dipping, chroming, smithing, and custom manufacturing. Looking for something unique? Coat of Arms will gladly special order the firearm of your choice. Coat of Arms is proudly veteran-owned. All advice is backed by experienced armorers. See the new Coat of Arms in Keizer for all your firearm needs, or visit them online at OregonGunShop.com. That's OregonGunShop.com.
This is Sergeant Mike. You know you need to change your home or office locks ever so often to make sure everything is secure. You've had employees come and go over the years. You may have given your house key to someone that has lost your trust. It's just a smart thing to do, and do it when you think of it. I'm here to remind you that some people want to steal your property. Call Larry's Locksmith and have them fix that situation for you. Find them quickly at larryslocksmith.com. That's larryslocksmith.com, serving the entire Mid-Valley.
Your home of the Salem-Keizer volcanoes all season long. Discover the wonder all over again. Exclusively on 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the 4th inning. The Volcanoes, after trailing 2-0, they take a 4-2 lead after a bases-clearing triple by Armani Smith. Scores 3 runners in Marco Luciano, Alex Canario, and Jairo Pomares to make it a 4-2 game. Jacier Herrera online for his second win of the moment as the Volcanoes have the lead, as he'll face off against the bottom 3 hitters in the lineup in Cade Marlowe, Brennan Kalahea, and Miguel Perez. As he has retired the last 6 batters that he has faced in the last couple of innings. We start off with the left fielder Cade Marlowe, who struck out swinging against Herrera with the bases loaded. It has now proved to be a huge out here in this game. They lead 4-2. It could have been more. The Aqua Sox leaving the bases loaded in the first. First pitch is a curveball for a ball 1. A slow one that just gets above the strike zone at the letters. A ball and no strikes. The 1-0 pitch, that's a chopper. That was in the foul territory, fielded by Aldretti. And the count will go to a ball and a strike. After allowing a leadoff double from Miguel Perez, Jacier Herrera has been doing pretty solid. He made 2 players ground out, struck out 2 players, and made 1 Aqua Sox batter fly out, and the last one, Robert Perez, lined out. The 1-1 pitch is outside on a fastball, 2 balls and a strike. As I do believe Jorge Benitez will go back onto the mound in the bottom of the fourth, as he is able to get out of the inning with only those 4 runs under his name, 2 balls and a strike. The 2-1 pitch is a fastball down and in for ball 3. As after they were trailing by 2, the Volcanoes now lead by 2 at 4-3. Other scores, Spokane and Eugene still tied 0-0. The 3-1 pitch, that is a foul ball. That is another fastball inside that Marlowe decided to take a chance at. It'll be a foul ball that'll go straight to the Volcanoes dugout along the first base side, and the count is full at 3-2 for the first batter for Jacier Herrera, who has thrown 53 pitches. Here's 54. That is a foul ball and a curveball inside. It'll hit the netting above the on-deck hitter, which is Brennan Kalawahea, and the count will stay full. Very similar to what we saw in the last at-bat between these two guys. Marlowe in a full count gets a couple of pieces, but it will strike out swinging. Wind up and the payoff pitch. That is a shot that is foul past the right field line into the Volcanoes bullpen. And the count will stay full, even with the same number of foul balls that were hit off of Herrera, 2 foul balls per at-bat. As Marlowe will look to try and start something here after his Aqua Sox are now trailing for the first time today. Count is full at 3-2. Herrera struck out Marlowe last time, and here it'll be a ground ball straight to the shortstop, Luciano. Throws to first. It is in time for out number 1 to the first baseman, Carter Aldretti. It's not a strikeout, but he got him out for the first out in the top of the 4th. Here is the starting catcher, Brendan Kalawahea, who flew out on an 0-1 count to the starting center fielder, Hunter Bishop. As the Aqua Sox, they have 5 hits through the 3 innings of play. And Herrera facing off against Kalawahea once again. It was a pretty short at-bat, as on an 0-1 count with the bases loaded, he had a fly ball to the center fielder, Bishop. First pitch is a check swing and a curveball, a 1-hopper, a little bit outside to the catcher, Brandon Marchirano, in a 1-0 count. Herrera, he has thrown now 58 pitches through 3 1/3. A ball and no strikes, wind up and the 1-0 pitch. That is a strike 1 looking on a curveball at the knees on the outside corner. Right now in the bottom of the 6th inning between Tri-City and Hillsborough, the Hops have the bases loaded again, and they lead 9-0. The 1-1 pitch outside, 2 balls and a strike. That one going in the dirt, definitely under the knees. And the only final score here from today, the game between the Boise Hawks and the Vancouver Canadians. We're playing an early game, and this game's already over. Vancouver winning 3-2. The 2-1 pitch, a short ground ball, fielded by the second baseman, Jeff Hope. Throws to first, gets him in time for the second out. And we now go to the number 9 hitter in the center fielder, Miguel Perez, who hit a fly ball that falls in fair territory near the left field line. It looked like it would have been for a single. He was leisurely going past the first base bag, but then goes to second after he saw that the left fielder, Jairo Pomares, was barely even going after the ball, so he took advantage of that opportunity, and he started off the inning in the top of the 2nd with a leadoff double. He was stranded at 3rd. That was the last hit that the Aqua Sox had tonight. First pitch is a fastball. It goes down and out in the dirt and for an 0-1 count and a fastball. Wind up from Herrera, the 1-0 pitch. That is a strike 1 looking. Herrera using that curveball in every which way he can, and he has been using it pretty effectively, especially in this past few innings. The 1-1, that is a fastball. Did he go? That is a check swing on a fastball outside for strike 2 and a 1-2 count. Perez was the 9 hitter yesterday and went 0 for 4 and struck out in his last 3 at-bats. Herrera, the 1-2, swing and a miss and a curveball outside for strike 3, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. Herrera has retired the last 9 Aqua Sox hitters to end the top of the 4th. Still 4-2 Volcanoes. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
No dental insurance coverage? That is no problem at Northwest Dental Arts. This is Dr. Jennifer Frankel inviting you to take a look at our in-house dental benefits plan. After payment of an annual fee, you receive 2 dental cleanings, 2 exams, and any necessary x-rays. Those enrolled in the plan also receive 30% off of any other dental treatment they need, such as fillings and crowns. There are no waiting periods and no limits. Call us today at 503-463-4663 or find us online at smilesthatshine.com. That's smilesthatshine.com.
$2 Tuesday is the perfect time to visit North Block Coffee at 640 Commercial Northeast. All 12-ounce drinks are just $2 all day long on Tuesday. Cappuccinos, lattes, mochas, blended coffees, cold brews, Italian sodas, hot chocolate smoothies, and all kinds of iced teas are just $2 on $2 Tuesdays at North Block Coffee on Commercial Northeast. When you pull in, you'll get a smile and have your drink made perfect. See North Block Coffee on Facebook and Instagram.
Built as user-friendly as it is budget-friendly, the Kubota Z100 zero-turn mower can maneuver any landscape and cut a lawn worth admiring. With smooth controls and a cut that's adjustable right from the seat, this machine makes mowing way more comfortable, all while delivering professional-grade results. Find yours at your local dealer. Kubota. Shape your world.
See Lynn Benton Tractor just off Highway 34 and 99 East in Tangent and online at lynnbentontractor.com.
Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 9 to noon, and Volcanoes Baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Volcanoes looking to add to their 4-2 lead over the Everett Aqua Sox. It was during the middle of Carter Aldretti's at-bat in which Armani Smith got out in the second rundown of that inning for the final out of the inning between third and home plate. And we'll have to press the reset button here for Carter Aldretti. He'll stay 0 for 1. He'll face off against Jorge Benitez, as it'll be the bottom 3 hitters of the order, Aldretti, Rodriguez, and Jeff Hope up at the plate. Benitez, the left-hander, wind up in the first pitch is a fastball that goes down and in under the knees at a ball 1. The count was at 1-2 when Benitez threw the first, and he got Marchirano in a rundown. Then Robert Perez saw that Armani Smith was trying to score, made a quick throw to home, and got Smith in a rundown, and Kalawahea, the catcher, tagged him for the final out. The 1-0 pitch is a little bit of a slider that just gets outside. 2 balls and a strike above the strike zone. Everett, 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Volcanoes, 4 runs on 4 hits. The 2-0 pitch is a strike 1 looking on a slider on the outside corner. That one going a little above the belt there. 2 balls and a strike. Under the letters. 2 balls and 1 strike the pitch. That's a shot that gets over the head of the shortstop, Cesar Izturis, but is caught by the center fielder, Miguel Perez. For the first out here in the 4th inning. And we now go to the third baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez, who was robbed of a base hit by the center fielder, Perez, after he made a running catch in short center field. Jorge Benitez back on the mound. Brock Minich for the Aqua Sox was on the mound in the bullpen. First pitch is a swing and a miss on a slider, strike 1. Rodriguez leaning in a little bit, trying to get a piece of that baseball. The count will start off at 0-1 for the second time tonight. It was on an 0-1 count where he flew out to the center fielder, Perez. The 0-1 pitch by Benitez is a swing and a miss and a curveball for a strike 2. That one going a little down and out. And Benitez still looking for his first K of the night. The 0-2 pitch is outside and a fastball. That goes low and out for a 1-2 count. Jorge Benitez, 40 pitches to an inning and a third, and the 1-2 pitch is a ball 2 and a fastball down and in. The Aqua Sox were leading 2-0. The Volcanoes now lead 4-2 after an RBI single by Alex Canario and a bases-clearing triple by Armani Smith. And the 2-2 pitch, this one a shot in the center field, Perez. He is underrated and will make the catch for the second out. That one going in the left center field. And we now go to the number 9 hitter and the second baseman, Jeff Hope, who was hit by a pitch on a 1-2 count on a curveball from Jorge Benitez and got caught in a rundown between first and second base. All 4 runs for the Volcanoes came in with 2 outs. As we can now see if they can continue their 2-out barrage here in the next inning. First pitch is a slider. Just got the little outside at 0-1. The windup and the 0-1 pitch from Jorge. That is a ground ball to the second baseman, Kevin Santa. Throws to the first baseman, Robert Perez, on a hanging throw in time for the third out. A 1-2-3 inning for Jorge Benitez. The Volcanoes still lead by a score of 4-2 as we go into the top of the 5th inning. Jacier Herrera back on the mound against the top 3 hitters in the order. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Out here, there are many jobs to do. You need the kind of power, versatility, and comfortable handling that comes with your territory. Luckily, there's a tractor built to pull all that weight, the Kubota L Series. And now you can get an L Series for 0 down with 0% APR financing for up to 60 months, plus a 6-year warranty. Now through August 31st, 2019. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Visit Rick Rial Farm Supply at 130 Main Street in downtown Rick Rial or online at rickfarm.com.
Do you have a tree problem on your property? R&R Tree Service has the answer. Whether it be stump grinding, trimming, pruning, or tree removal, R&R Tree Service has you covered. This family-owned tree care company, located in the heart of Salem, has been helping property owners in the Mid-Willamette Valley make the best tree care decisions. Call the friendly office staff at R&R Tree Service or visit them at rrtreeservice.com and sign up for a free bidder estimate. That's rrtreeservice.com.
Oh, the secret life of moms. In summer, it centers on finding fun ways to keep the kids happy. Like the Oregon State Fair. Sure, take them. But don't be surprised if you end up finding your own fun. At the fair, I mean.
You can park for free at the Oregon State Fair, courtesy of Wilco Farm Stores, the farmer-owned co-op. Starting August 12th, visit any Wilco store to get 1 free parking pass per family with any purchase, while supplies last. Good at the Oregon State Fair.
The Mid-Valley's best talk 24/7 on air, online, on your phone, and on Alexa. This is 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the 5th inning. The score staying at 4-2. Salem-Keizer over the Everett Aqua Sox going to the top of the 5th. Jacier Herrera, the first pitch to the leadoff hitter Kevin Santa will be fielded on a chopper from Carter Aldretti, who tosses it to the pitcher Jacier Herrera. Just like that, we already have the first out here in the top of the 5th. Here's the starting shortstop already in Cesar Izturis Jr., who was 1 for 2 with a single and a run, struck out swinging in the second inning. The Aqua Sox got 4 of their 5 hits in the first inning, and since then they got a double in the second inning by Miguel Perez, and that's really all they have so far tonight. First pitch is a curveball inside for a ball 1. Herrera has been absolutely dominating since he allowed those 2 runs. He left the bases loaded in the first, and that has started a string of pure excellence on the mound from Herrera. The 1-0 pitch is a curveball outside for a ball 2. The 21-year-old from Cartagena, Colombia, excelling on the mound, looking to get a second win in a Volcanoes uniform. The 2-0 pitch, that one a shot going in the center field. Hunter Bishop, not able to make it, is going to have it fall right in front of him, as he'll allow a 1-out single from Cesar Izturis Jr., the first hit for the Everett Aqua Sox since the second inning. We are in the top of the 5th, and the Volcanoes, they lead by the score of 4-2. Here is the third baseman, Utah Jones, who got a single in the first inning, grounded out to the shortstop, Marco Luciano. Herrera, the windup in the first pitch. That's a ground ball fielded by Luciano. Tries to backhand it, can't do it. As the third baseman, Rodriguez, was standing right next to him, did not move a single muscle, but after he saw Luciano not field the ball cleanly, then he moves to the third base back. They're going to call that an infield single for Jones, as Herrera, once again with runners in scoring position. The game-tying run is at first base in Utah Jones. The go-ahead run at home plate right now in the right fielder Trent Tingelstad, who was 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. Herrera wind up in the first pitch outside and a fastball for ball 1. The Aqua Sox, they trail by 2. They have their first hits and their first base runners since the second inning. They have runners on first and second base. It is Cesar Izturis at second, Utah Jones at first. The 1-0 pitch, that is low and inside for another fastball, 2 balls and no strikes. The Aqua Sox 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors. The Volcanoes 4 runs, 4 hits, and no errors so far in this game. With the Aqua Sox out hitting the Volcanoes, yet the Volcanoes lead by 2 runs. This one a chopper, fielded by Luciano. Touches the second base bag, throws to first in time, and it's a 6-3 double play. Luciano to Aldretti. And just like that, the threat is over with the first double play converted by the Volcanoes tonight. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and he left a runner on. And the score will stay at 4-2. Salem-Keizer over the Aqua Sox. Jorge Benitez, the lefty, back on the mound, facing off against the top 3 hitters in the lineup of the Volcanoes. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Les Schwab is proud to help celebrate America's favorite pastime and sponsor the always enthusiastic and teamwork-driven Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. Like the crews at Les Schwab, the Volcanoes know how important it is to work together and make the right play at home or on the road. Les Schwab is here to help you make the right play when it comes to keeping you and your family safe on the road. Whether you need new tires, wheels, or a free visual inspection of some of your vehicle's most important parts, schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
At Reed Law Firm, we've earned a reputation for helping those in need, people like you.
Out of nowhere, the accident changed everything. I can't even hold my own child.
We understand your fears in the aftermath of an auto collision. A careless driver nearly killed 2 of our own family members, so we've seen that fear up close. We focus on you and your unique case start to finish, from your vehicle repairs to your medical bills and lost income, so that you can focus on healing and rebuilding your life.
After the accident, I didn't have the money to fight back, but they believed when no one else would.
Reed Law Firm, where your first consultation is absolutely free. Call us and let's talk. Put our experience on your side. Reed Law Firm. ReedLawFirm.com, REED Lawfirm.com, or call us at 971-915-7798.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the top, or my mistake, the bottom of the 5th inning. And the Volcanoes leading the Everett Aqua Sox by a score of 4-2 and are looking to extend that lead. Jorge Benitez starting off against Hunter Bishop. First pitch is a pop-up to the second baseman, Kevin Santa. He will make the catch for out number 1. And just like that, we have the first out here in the bottom of the 5th. Here is the number 2 hitter in Marco Luciano, who got a base hit on a 1-0 count in the 3rd inning and scored one of the 4 runs in that inning, and scored one of the 3 runs that Armani Smith drove in with that 3-run triple. Benitez, the first pitch to Luciano is a swing and a miss and a slider outside at 0-1. And the 0-1 pitch, a fastball, goes a little low with a ball and a strike. Jorge Benitez, after allowing those 4 runs, is so far getting good here. Speaking of which, actually, I spoke too soon. On a 1-1 pitch on a ground ball going past the third base line. Luciano going to second base on a 1-out double. Well, yeah, I stood corrected on that. Marco Luciano getting an extra base hit. That double brought to you by Chevron Extra Mile. Marco Luciano getting his second double with the Volcanoes and his first here at Volcano Stadium. That was a ground ball that just gets fair past the third base line, and the Volcanoes have a runner in scoring position. And now here is the designated hitter, Canario. First pitch from Benitez is a strike 1 looking on a curveball. Just gets a little inside at 0-1. Jorge Benitez, after allowing that or just before allowing that double to Luciano, was pretty solid in the fourth inning, throwing a 1-2-3 inning, making a couple of batters fly out to the center fielder Perez. The 0-1 pitch is a strike two looking. A fastball just gets under the letters at 0-2. One out here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Marco Luciano at second base with his second double this season. And the 0-2 pitch, a swing and a miss and a fastball outside, 90 miles an hour for strike three. And Jorge Benitez will get his first strikeout of the afternoon. For out number two in the fifth, we now go to the left fielder, Jairo Pomares, who was 0 for 1 with a strikeout and was hit by a pitch on the first pitch he saw. The first pitch from Benitez outside, and a fastball for ball one. It goes up and out. Pomares playing in his first home game with the Volcanoes after being promoted up from the Arizona League. They lead 4-2. They have a chance to get some more on the board. Benitez in the stretch, wind up and the 1-0 pitch. That is inside, and Pomares is hit again from the same pitcher in Jorge Benitez. Another fastball, this one also on the lower back. As the Volcanoes will have runners on first and second base. So far, the player of the game up at the plate in Armani Smith. I'm going to check here. There were a couple of guys who got hit yesterday. 3 hit batters from 3 different players. That was Alex Canario, Yorlis Rodriguez, and Harrison Freed. Here, there's already 3 hit batters, 2 against the same batter. Benitez, the first pitch to Smith is a curveball in the outside corner going under the letters for a 1-0 count. And the 1-0 pitch from Benitez, that's a fly ball foul past the first base side, 1-1. In his last at-bat, he had a bases clearing triple that scored Marco Luciano, Alex Canario, and Jairo Pomares. And they took a 4-2 lead over the Aqua Sox after that. The windup, and Benitez steps off. Luciano with a 1-out double after Hunter Bishop popped out to the second baseman Kevin Santa. Alex Canario struck out swinging, and Jairo Pomares got hit by a pitch for the second time tonight. Benitez, the windup and the 1-1 pitch. That is a swing and a miss, and a curveball for strike two. And Benitez 1 strike away from getting out of the inning, but Armani Smith, there's a feeling that he might get some more runs here. He'll get some more RBIs under his name. But Benitez is ahead of the count at 1-2. Runners on first and second. The windup and the 1-2 pitch, that is upstairs, and a fastball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Armani Smith, he hit his second triple. He has 3 home runs and 17 RBIs. He'll look to try and get 18, 19, maybe 20 if he can get a really good pitch. The 2-2, that is a fly ball foul. Smith got under a curveball. That one going inside, under the letters, and the count will stay 2-2. So far, all 4 runs have been coming in that bottom of the third inning. The 2-2 pitch is upstairs on a fastball above the strike zone and above the letters. And the count is now full at 3-2. As Armani will look to get a couple of more RBIs, looks to knock in a couple of more runs. Benitez in the stretch, runners on first and second, full count with 2 outs. The payoff pitch, that is outside, and a curveball for ball 4 at a slow 70 miles an hour. And Armani will make the bases loaded.
with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th, and now it'll be Brandon Martirano's turn with the bases loaded to see if he can do something here. Martirano 0 for 1 with a ground out and a walk. And he was stranded at first base after he almost got run down during that 4-run bottom of the 3rd. Line up in the first pitch for Benitez. A shot that goes into left field. That will fall for a base hit. 1 run's going to score. Here comes Pomares. The throw, it looked like it is cut off. Misses the cutoff man. It had to be fielded by the catcher, Kalawahea, on the third base line. It'll be a 2-run single for Brandon Martirano. He had 3 RBIs yesterday and allowed it up to 5 RBIs in 2 games for Brandon Martirano. Luciano will score easily. Jairo Pomares scoring from second. Armani Smith going to second base, and the Volcanoes now lead by a score of 6-2. Brandon Martirano brought his batting average up from yesterday's performance. He had a .250 average, and he brought it up to .284, and now he is 1 for 2. He has 5 RBIs in the last 2 games. First pitch to the first baseman, Carter Aldretti, is outside for a ball 1 on a fastball above the knees, but it gets outside. Runners on first and second base. That is Armani Smith and Martirano. The 1-0 pitch. That is a strike 1 looking on a fastball, a little bit up and a little bit inside. A ball and a strike. And the 1-1 pitch from Benitez. Swing and a miss and a fastball for strike 2. Aldretti 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out. And Benitez looking for his second strikeout of the afternoon and his second strikeout of the inning. The 1-2 pitch that is inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. There was a couple of chances in which Benitez was early in a 2-strike count and had a chance to get out of the inning or get an out on the board. But there would be a couple of pitches, mainly a fastball that would go errant either inside or outside. The 2-2 pitch, that is a swing and a foul chopper. That one on a slider, and the count will stay 2-2. Aldretti back in the second inning, grounded out to the shortstop, Cesar Istris, and in the third inning, he was at the plate, but a rundown ended the inning, so he had to start off in the fourth, and he flew out to the center fielder, Miguel Perez. Benitez, the 2-2 count. The pitch, that is a ground ball fielded by the shortstop Istris. Throws to second for the force, and he'll get him in time. And a 6-4, it ends the 5th inning, and 2 runs will score on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on. The score now is Salem-Keizer 6, Everett 2, going into the top of the 6th inning. Jacier Herrera back on the mound. He has had experience in going into late in the game, 6th and 7th inning down in Arizona. Let's see if he'll do the same thing here. He'll face off against Hoover, Perez, and Marlowe as the Volcanoes lead by 4. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
That's not all. When a Boone Ridge senior community resident is telling a friend about all the wonderful amenities at Boone Ridge, it's because the list is endless. Things like open restaurant-style dining with made-to-order meals. How about a bistro and wine bar? A full schedule of planned events and activities. You will truly experience extraordinary at Boone Ridge Senior Community in South Salem. For more information, go to BooneRidgeSeniorLiving.com and schedule a tour at Boone Ridge. At Boone Ridge, you will experience extraordinary.
You need to change your oil, so don't put it off. Go to First Lube Plus and get their $34.99 oil change for only $24.99. Mention the Volcanoes and you save $10. You'll get a smile from your tech and excellent service. There's no hassle or pushy sales guy to deal with. They just want to change your oil and keep your vehicle running great. The Volcanoes $24.99 special just makes your experience even better. First Lube Plus is downtown at 615 Liberty. They're also an authorized U-Haul rental outlet. It's First Lube Plus in downtown Salem.
Sweet Dog Days is the perfect place to send your pooch for a day or a vacation. Lisa and her staff of dog-loving attendants will make sure that your pet is well fed and cared for. Plus, there will be other pets there waiting to play. Go to doggydaycaresalem.com. That's doggydaycaresalem.com. Hundreds of pet owners rave about the care their pets receive at Sweet Dog Days. They can even watch their pet on closed-circuit TV while they're away. No matter how long they stay, make sure it's at Sweet Dog Days.
Beck, Rush, Newsmakers, Gorka, and Sexton. The best live talk weekdays is on 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the sixth inning. Jacier Herrera back on the mound after allowing 2 runs in the first inning. He has been absolutely electric, allowing only 3 hits since that, including retiring 10 consecutive batters. He is going to continue on this roll, allowing 7 hits through 5 innings and 2 runs. His Volcanoes lead by 4 as we go to the middle of the order, starting with the 5-hitter, the designated hitter in Connor Hoover. Herrera throws 73 pitches through 5. This may be his last inning on the mound. The windup and the first pitch to Herrera is a curveball outside for a ball 1. The first pitch from Herrera. In his final couple of games in the Arizona League, he has had history of pitching late in games. The 1-0 pitch, that's inside on a fastball, 2 balls and a strike. In his final game in the Arizona League back on August 3rd, he threw 7 innings. He got a no decision, 7 innings, no runs. The 2-0 pitch inside for a ball 3. And he struck out 7 in that process as well. He struck out 48 in 54 and a third innings. And here tonight, he has struck out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through 5 innings. And a 3-0 pitch is a strike 1 looking, and Hoover almost threw his bat over to the Aqua Sox dugout. That was a fastball, just got a little outside above the knees, 3-1. Herrera, the windup and the 3-1 pitch. That is a foul chopper past the first base side, and the count is now full. Herrera working from a 3-0 count to a 3-2 count. Hoover 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout to right field. Other games from around the Northwest League in the top of the 7th, Eugene just gets their first run of the game on an RBI double by Jake Washer. They lead by a score of 1-0. This one a fly ball going to the right center field. Hunter Bishop not able to make the play as they'll fall right in front of him. A curveball from Herrera, and Connor Hoover gets his first hit of the night. That's the 8th hit for the Aqua Sox. As we go to the first baseman, Robert Perez, who is 0 for 1 with a walk, and he lined out to the second baseman, Jeff Hoppe, in a ball that almost got in the glove of Herrera. Right now, it's 1-0 Eugene over the Spokane Indians, and Hillsborough still has that 9-0 lead over the Tri-City Dust Devils. Those two teams tied for first place in the Northwest League South Division. Wind up on the first pitch from Herrera's a fly ball foul. Perez getting under, looks like a changeup inside. And the count at 0 balls and a strike. Herrera in the stretch, runners on first base, and the pitch is a ball 1. That one looks like a little bit of a cutter there inside on a ball and a strike. The only game that is finished at this moment was the game at Nat Bailey Stadium. This game has been final for a while. Vancouver winning 3-2. A 1-1 pitch. That one hitting the cap in left center field. The left fielder, Pomares, trying to get it. Looks up. That hits the base of the wall. Riding around third base is Connor Hoover, and he is going to go in to score easily. And the Aqua Sox cut the lead down to 6-3 on an RBI double by Connor Hoover, who slips after touching home plate. And Robert Perez with an RBI double. Hoover scoring all the way from first base. And the Aqua Sox get their first run on the board since the top of the first inning. Robert Perez getting his 9th double and his 30th RBI of the year, while Connor Hoover got his 12th run for Everett. Timeout by the Volcanoes. They're going to take Jacier Herrera out of this game. Nestor Rojas is going to be taken out. A fantastic performance by Jacier Herrera after 5+ innings.
An incredible performance. He'll be online for his second win of the year, as we'll now go to Ben Madison. A call to the bullpen brought to you by Cozy's New York Deli. You won't make an error at Cozy's because they'll hit one out of the park. As it'll be Ben Madison who will be on the mound. He'll face off against the Everett Aqua Sox. Nobody out in the top of the 6th inning. And Madison, the 21-year-old from Benton, Arkansas, making his 12th appearance this year. He is currently 1-0 with an ERA of 2.41. Herrera, 5+ innings. He has allowed 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hits, currently with 3 earned runs. He has walked only 1 batter, and he has struck out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hitters. He is currently online for his first win, or for his second win of the season, and his first win since suffering his first loss at Geisa Stadium in Tri-City. As Madison was playing the beginning of the year with the Augusta Green Jackets, he finished undefeated 4-0 with an ERA of 4.58 in 8 games. They'll look to try and contain the Aqua Sox here as the Volcanoes lead by 3. The Aqua Sox started off the game with the lead in the top of the first on a 2-run single by Utah Jones, but the Volcanoes will respond in the bottom of the third after an RBI single by Alex Canario and a bases-clearing triple by Armani Smith. And then finally in the bottom of the 5th, an RBI single by Martirano. Or my mistake, a 2-run single by Brandon Martirano would score 2 more runs. And currently the score is now the Volcanoes 6. The Everett Aqua Sox 3. Everett 3 runs, 9 hits, no errors. The Volcanoes 6 runs on 6 hits and no errors. Madison against the number 7 hitter in the left fielder, Cade Marlowe. Runner at second base, and Robert Perez, who hit that double in the left center field, hit the base of the wall. Connor Hoover scoring from first base, and the score is now 6-3. Madison, first appearance since August 11th. First pitch is a fly ball. That one going into right center field. The right fielder, Armani Smith, is calling for it. He's in position to make the catch, and he will make it. And on the first pitch, we have out number 1 here in the top of the 6th inning. In his last appearance with the Volcanoes, Madison threw an inning, allowing no hits, a run, a walk, and struck out nobody, as he has thrown anywhere between an inning and 2 innings in his last 4 starts. These starts after he had that 3 2/3 innings amazing relief performance against the Boise Hawks back on July 21st. That was the second to last game of the series, or second to last game after the first half of the season ended. So game 2 of that 3-game series at Memorial Stadium. In game 5 of that 6-game home-and-home series, he threw 3 2/3 innings of relief, striking out 4 to give the Volcanoes the win. First pitch from Madison to the catcher, Brennan Kalawahea, is a fastball that goes upstairs and outside for a ball 1. As Madison already got out number 1 here in the 6th. See if he can get the second one out of the catcher, Brennan Kalawahea, who used to play for the Eugene Emeralds in the Cubs organization. The 1-0 pitch is a strike 1 looking on a fastball. It just gets outside, but is in the strike zone at the knees. And the count is at a ball and a strike on a fastball at 96 miles an hour. Runner at second base, and Robert Perez, who had that RBI double. Madison in the stretch, windup, and the 1-1. And steps off of the rubber. And Madison, ever since he was assigned to the Volcanoes, he's been doing pretty solid. In 18 2/3 innings, he's allowed 5 runs, walked 11, and struck out 21 during that time. There's 3 occasions where he struck out 4 in an outing. The 1-1 pitch is a fastball. It's way outside, but Kalawahea swinging with a backbreaker swing, leaned in and tried to get it as much as he can, but he couldn't get it, and the count is at 1-2. And Madison ahead of the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner at second base for Everett. The windup and the pitch outside. That one getting away from Martirano. He is not able to throw to third as Perez will get the third on a wild pitch. Madison getting closer to the number of innings that he has thrown total with Augusta. He threw 19 2/3 innings before being sent down to play for the Volcanoes. And Madison still ahead of the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. He made 9 starts with the Arizona League Giants last season and completely went up to play for Augusta. It was also in his first season with the Volcanoes. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Madison, the windup and the 2-2. That is outside. That gets away from Martirano, hits the backstop, and will fall at the dirt. Perez will score on another wild pitch. And the score is now 6-4. Jacier Herrera now getting 4 earned runs total. And that will finish up his stat line. 5 innings plus, 9 hits, 4 runs, 1 walk, and struck out 5 in his performance here today. And the count is now full. The payoff pitch is a swing and a miss. And a fastball above the strike zone for strike 3. For the second out here in the top of the 6th, and we now go to the number 9 hitter in Miguel Perez. Robert Perez will score. There's no relation. Robert Perez scoring the 4th run for the Aqua Sox. They now trail by 2. So the Volcanoes will have a chance here in the next few innings to get some more runs on the boards and not squander the lead. First pitch is a hanging slider that goes outside a little bit at 1-0. And Madison, the windup and the 1-0 pitch, that is a fastball. Strike 1 looking. A fastball in the outside corner, a little above the knees, and it count is even at 1-1. Ben Madison, he has thrown 9 pitches. Here's pitch number 10. The 1-1 pitch is a fastball down and out in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike. The first 3 hitters for the Volcanoes in the bottom of the 6th will be Yorlis Rodriguez, Jeff Hoppe, and Hunter Bishop. The 8-9-1 hitters. The 2-1 pitch is a swing and a miss and a strike 2 and a ball that gets past the catcher, Brandon Martirano, and hits the backstop, and the count is now 2-2. That went on a little bit of a changeup outside. Madison in the stretch, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Getting the sign from Martirano, facing off against Miguel Perez. The 2-2, that is a strike 3 called and a changeup outside, and that will end the top of the 6th inning, but 2 runs will score on 2 hits, no errors, and nobody left on. The score now is Volcanoes 6, Aqua Sox 4. Going into the 6th inning, Jorge Benitez back on the mound against Rodriguez, Hoppe, and Bishop. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Miss Jennings, please explain to the jury what happened.
Well, I was running late. I ran down the stairs into the kitchen, and that's when I saw him. I can't.
Well, go on.
He was making instant coffee.
Good mornings deserve good coffee. At McDonald's, we brew ours fresh with 100% Arabica beans. Now get any size iced coffee or small McCafe espresso, like an iced caramel macchiato for $2, or any size hot coffee for $1. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with combo meal.
You will be impressed with the new duplex community in South Salem, 50 Oaks. These smartly crafted homes are ready for purchase in the quiet, secluded neighborhood, close to schools and shopping, with green space that include oak trees and rain gardens. Premium touches include quartz countertops and luxury vinyl plank flooring. They feature 3 bedrooms with 2.5 baths, a garage, and washer-dryer hookups. It makes this a complete package to move in today. Call 503-551-5788, 503-551-5788.
At Selden Learning Centers, there's an entire team ready to help students succeed. Here's what families are saying about Sylvan.
Madison was having difficulties with her math, so we put her in Sylvan, and by the time she started 6th grade, she was only a few months behind.
The instructor helped me improve on my reading and comprehension. My skills are a whole lot better thanks to her.
Does your child or grandchild need a head start going back to school? This is Kim Dorn, and Sylvan can get them headed in the right direction. Call 503-363-2996 today.
Your home for high school football, Ducks football, and Volcanoes baseball. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Jorge Benitez back on the mound for his 4th full inning of relief. Filling in for the starting pitcher, Tim Elliott. Right now, Benitez online for his 3rd loss of the season after allowing all 6 runs. All of them are earned as well. We'll start off with the number 8 hitter in Yorlis Rodriguez. First pitch is a strike 1 called and a 0-1 count. The Aqua Sox scored 2 runs in the top of the 6th to make it a 6-4 game, and that's what it is right now. The 0-1 pitch is a curveball that Rodriguez reaches over to try and make contact, not able to, and the count is 0-2. It'll be Yorlis Rodriguez, Jeff Hoppe, and Hunter Bishop. The windup in the 0-1, Benitez. That was a fly ball in the left field. That'll be a base hit. Falls right in front of the left fielder, Cade Marlowe, and the Volcanoes will start off with a leadoff single. The first hit of the night for Rodriguez. Here is the second baseman, Jeff Hoppe. First pitch is at 5:13. We're getting towards the 2-hour mark here. You're in the bottom of the 6th. Hoppe, he is 0 for 1 with a ground out to the second baseman. Kevin Santos got hit by a pitch. First pitch from Benitez is outside and a ball 1 and a curveball in the dirt. And a ball and no strikes. We just got a final score here from Ron Talkin Field. Hillsboro 9, Tri-City 1. With Hillsboro getting their 38th win of the season. The 1-0 pitch, that's a foul chopper past the first base side. And the count is even at a ball and a strike. Bottom of the 7th inning, Eugene leading Spokane 1-0. Winning pitcher for Hillsboro was Cody Reed. And Dominic Canzone for Hillsboro also got his first win of the season. Throw to the first to Benitez, or from Benitez, so the first baseman Robert Perez is not in time. Benitez in the stretch, 1-1 to Hoppe. That is a swing and a miss and a foul. That one on a curveball, counted a ball and 2 strikes. As right now, Hillsboro has the upper hand by a half a game over the Emeralds for first half of the Northwest League South Division. In second half play. But Eugene may have a chance to tie it up. If they can beat the Spokane Indians here, Eugene leading 1-0. And a ball and 2 strikes. Benitez, the 1-2 pitch. That is a ground ball past the first baseline, foul. The first baseman, Robert Perez, not able to make the play there. As Jeff Hoppe, first time in a while that he has been around this bottom part of the lineup, especially as the 9-hitter, mainly has been seen as either the 6 or 7-hitter. In games where he has started, Hoppe, the 2019 draft choice out of San Diego. The 1-2 pitch is a check swing, and he did not go. That is a fastball. That will go low and out for a 2-ball, 2-strike count. In his last start a couple of days ago was against Eugene. That was the first time in almost 2 weeks that he had a base hit, and it was an RBI single. Benitez, the 2-2 pitch for Hoppe is a strike 3 called and a fastball in the outside corner at the knees. And Jorge Benitez strikes out his second batter of the night for out number 1. Here is the starting center fielder Hunter Bishop, who has faced off against Benitez. For the third time tonight, a timeout by the Aqua Sox. Lewis Boyd, the Aqua Sox acting manager, walks up to the mound, is going to take out Jorge Benitez after 3 1/3 innings of relief, and I do believe he's going to put in Brock Minich who was warming up in the bullpen for a while. As we will check the jersey number here, I believe that is number 21, Brock Minich. Benitez done after 3 1/3 innings of baseball for the Aqua Sox. Yes, it is Brock Minich. He was the losing pitcher in the first game of the 4-game series over at Funko Field at Everett Memorial Stadium back in late June. Jorge Benitez done after 3 1/3 innings. He has allowed 6 hits, currently 6 earned runs. That is subject to change. He has walked 1, 2, 3 hitters and has struck out 2 and is currently online for his 3rd loss of the year. Benitez now with a ERA of 5.76, came up from 4.93. As the Volcanoes lead by a score of 6-4 in the bottom of the 6th. Right now, the Aqua Sox 4 runs, 9 hits. The Volcanoes, they have 6 runs on 7 hits on the night. As the Aqua Sox bring in their 3rd pitcher of the afternoon, Brock Minich, the 27-year-old from Providence, Rhode Island, currently 0-4 with an ERA of 6.89, allowing 13 runs, 12 earned, and 15 2/3 innings in 12 appearances. Has walked 11 batters, struck out 17. And his last appearance was against the Tri-City Dust Devils. He was the losing pitcher, allowing 4 runs in an inning. He allowed that grand slam to Reynaldo Ilaraza back in the top of the 9th inning back a few days ago, and that was in his last appearance. He made his first appearance at home against the Volcanoes after pitching an inning and 2/3 at Tri-City, where he was the losing pitcher, allowing the unearned run through 10 pitches in extra innings. And Minich throw to first will not be in time, so far, statistically, it doesn't look like Brock Minich will have a shot at surviving without allowing maybe a run or two. We're going to see here. Minich, he throws to the first baseman Robert Perez now a couple of times to try and get Yorlis Rodriguez, the runner. They're in the bottom of the 6th. Hunter Bishop 0 for 2 with a walk and a run here in tonight's game. The windup in the first pitch to Minich is a balk by Minich. It's a dead ball. Rodriguez is going to go to second base. The home plate umpire, Andrew Clark, calling that Brock Minich had committed a balk, and now the Volcanoes will have a runner in scoring position. That is a dead pitch that he has thrown to the center fielder, Hunter Bishop. It looked like it would have been a strike call at 0-1. It was definitely a fastball at the knees, down and in. But it will not count, as Rodriguez will go to second base. Hunter Bishop with a chance to get a run batted in here tonight. He has 7 on the season. Line up in the first pitch by Minich is outside. And the first official pitch is a curveball way outside for a ball 1. Yorlis Rodriguez at second base. And the 1-0 pitch is a strike 1 looking. That one looked like a changeup that went also above and or up and outside of the strike zone, but it stays in, and the count is at 1-1. And Minich, the 1-1 count, the windup and the pitch. That is a swing and a miss and a strike 2 on another changeup. This one is still outside, but it goes a little down this time. And while the first pitch was at the letters, the first couple of pitches, this one was definitely a little bit above the knees, and the count is at a ball and 2 strikes. Minich in the stretch, ahead of the count against Hunter Bishop. 1 out here in the 6th. Brock Minich getting the sign from Brennan Kalawahea, the catcher. The 1-2 pitch, that is outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes on a curveball and a 2-2 count.
And Minich still has a chance to get this guy out for out number 2. Hunter Bishop looking to knock in a run here today. The 2-2 pitch. That's a well-hit ball. Going the right field. Back goes Tingelstad. Tingelstad is looking up. He's at the warning track. That one is gone. Hunter Bishop has done it again. It's another home run. Numero 4 para first-round draft choice, Hunter Bishop. And a 2-run shot would increase the lead. Deja vu to Minich's other appearance against the Volcanoes, allowing a home run in his first batter that he faced. Rodriguez would score, and the score is now Volcanoes 8 and the Aqua Sox 4. We now go to the shortstop Marco Luciano. Hunter Bishop with a 2-run home run that makes it an 8-4 game. Minich, the windup in the first pitch, that is inside. That almost hits Luciano on a 1-0 count. Like I said at the beginning of the outing, Minich, he entered today, ERA of 6.89, 0-4. It looks like statistically he's been struggling in almost every outing. This one a 1-0 pitch. This one going to left field. Back goes Marlowe, who will make the catch at the warning track. And he'll make the catch for out number 2. That was a well-hit ball by Luciano. As Cade Marlowe will make the play at the warning track as we now go to Alex Canario, the designated hitter. Hunter Bishop hitting his 4th home run of the year. And his 2nd home run in 3 days. As he hit one a couple of days ago in the final game of that 3-game series against the Eugene Emeralds. And Minich, the first pitch is a curveball inside above the knees, strike 1. So the Volcanoes once again leading by 4. Minich, the windup and the 0-1 pitch. That is a foul ball. That is a curveball that goes up and outside above the letters, but Canario would decide to swing at it, and it'll be a foul ball, 0-2. So Jorge Benitez done 7 earned runs through 3 1/3. The 0-2 pitch, that is a ground ball past the third base side. And the count will stay at no balls and 2 strikes. The center fielder Hunter Bishop, a 2-run home run, now has 9 RBIs. And has hit his 4th home run for the Volcanoes this season. Minich, the 0-2 pitch, that is upstairs, and a slider was above the strike zone, a ball and 2 strikes. As the Volcanoes now lead by a score of 8-4. Javier Herrera done after 5+. The 1-2 pitch, that is inside. Oh boy, that almost hits Canario. That was right near his face, and he is able to dive out of the way to avoid getting hit on that pitch. That was almost a scary situation right there. Now, unlike a number of the Volcanoes hitters, Canario doesn't have an extension on the side of his helmet. On the left side of his helmet, which is mainly used for right-handed hitters. Canario doesn't have that. The 2-2 pitch, that is a strike 2, or my mistake, a strike 3 called on a curveball right down the middle at 74, right under the letters, and that will end the inning. 2 runs are going to score on 2 hits, no errors, and nobody left on, highlighted by a 2-run home run by Hunter Bishop going into the top of the 7th. Ben Madison looking to throw his first full inning of the night. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Buying or refinancing a home can be one of the most exciting times in your life and the most stressful. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can help put your mind at ease when it comes to home mortgages. Rates are at near historic lows. Buying, selling, or refinancing? Call Jeff today. 503-949-6302. He can also do reverse mortgages. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can put your mind at ease. 503-949-6302. NMLS number 273136. NMLS number 237701.
This is Sergeant Mike, and I want to tell you about my friends at Larry's Locksmith. I'm sure you all have entry locks right now that need replacing or need to be rekeyed. Perhaps you've put it off because you didn't know who to call or someone that you could trust. Larry's Locksmith service has earned the trust of thousands of Mid-Valley customers. Rapid response for lockouts of buildings, vehicles, or safes. Almost any kind of lock can be replaced or rekeyed by Larry's Locksmith service. Check them out at larryslocksmith.com. That's larryslocksmith.com.
Hi, I'm Jaden. My husband Chris and I own Synergize Auto here in Dallas, Oregon. We always have a great selection of quality pre-owned vehicles and power sports, and you'll be working directly with us always. We are a non-pressuring, easy to work with, and family-owned company. We offer financing options, take trade-ins, and do consignments. See our inventory at synergizeauto.com. That's SYNERGIZE auto.com. Find us on Google to see what customers are saying. We're all about service and being a dealership you can trust.
The Mid-Valley's best talk 24/7 on air, online, on your phone, and on Alexa. This is 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we're now back here in the top of the 7th inning. The Volcanoes once again lead by 4 after Hunter Bishop hit his 4th home run of the season over the wall in right field. That also scored Yorlis Rodriguez, as they lead by a score of 8-4 over the Everett Aqua Sox. Ben Madison is looking for his first full inning of relief tonight. They'll face off against the top of the order, starting with the second baseman, Kevin Santa, who is 1 for 3 with a single and a run back in the first inning. It'll be Kevin Santa, Cesar Istris Jr., and Utah Jones. Ben Madison getting the sign from Brandon Martirano here to start off this top of the 7th. First pitch is outside, and a ball 1 and a fastball. So far, all the runs have come in, or a majority of the runs have came in on big hits. Got an RBI single by Canario, bases clearing triple by Armani Smith. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball, just misses the strike zone above the knees outside 2-0. A 2-run single by Martirano and a 2-run home run by Hunter Bishop. The 2-0 pitch is a strike 1, looking at a fastball. 95 miles an hour, a little above the knees. Ben Madison looking to throw his first full inning of the night. And the 2-ball, 1 strikeout. Madison to Kevin Santa. That is a ball 3. On a fastball and a 3-1 count. The Volcanoes currently 3rd place in the Northwest League South Division, as well as the Everett Aqua Sox, with the Volcanoes look online to get their 37th win of the year. The Hillsborough Hawks got their 38th win, and the 3-1 pitch is a fastball that is low under the knees, ball 4. And Ben Madison walks his first batter of the night here in the top of the 7th. Here is the starting shortstop, Cesar Istris Jr., who is 2 for 3 with a couple of singles and a run. And Kevin Santa being walked for the first time. That is the second time that the Volcanoes have walked a batter. As for the Everett Aqua Sox, 3 batters have been walked total. So not that many walks, as far as I can tell. There's definitely more strikeouts, but there's also not that many of that either. Madison getting the sign from the catcher, Martirano. Istris Jr., one of the few players with multiple hits in the game. This one, a ground ball that a second baseman, Hopi, throws to first, and he gets him in time for out number 1. Kevin Santa going to second. It was a slow roller to Hopi right near the first base side, but it was too slow for him to turn 2, so Santa will go to second base. Here is the starting third baseman, Utah Jones, who alongside Istris Jr. are the only 2 players for the Aqua Sox who have multiple hits. Got a 2-run single in the first inning, grounded out to Luciano in the second. And got a base hit in the 5th, but got out in a 6-3 double play. Madison, the first pitch to Jones with 1 out. There's a strike 1 looking right down the middle on a fastball at 95 miles an hour under the letters. Ben Madison getting a couple of strikeouts in the previous inning. No balls and a strike, wind up and the pitch. That is inside. That is a 1-1 count. That is a fastball in the inside corner. Looks like a little bit of a two-seamer, 1 ball and 1 strike. Madison shaking off a couple of signs from Brandon and gets the one he wants. Kevin Santa at second base, the 1-1 pitch. That is a strike two looking on a hanging slider on the outside corner above the knees, and a ball and 2 strikes. Madison, the 1-2 pitch. That is a check swing foul ball on a fastball that goes above the letters, but Jones would still have a chance at it. And the count is a ball and 2 strikes. Bottom of the 8th inning right now, Eugene leading Spokane 1-0, but the Indians have runners on second and third with 1 out. Madison in the stretch ahead of the count at 1-2. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss and a strike 3. Got him on a changeup outside at the knees. And got Utah Jones swinging for out number 2 in the top of the 7th. Here's the right fielder, Trent Tingelstad, 1 for 3 with a single, a strikeout, and a ground out. As Madison has a chance to get out of the top of the 7th inning unscathed after allowing that leadoff walk to Kevin Santa. Madison, the first pitch, that is low. A fastball in the dirt for a ball 1. Tingelstad, 1 for 3 with a single in the first inning. Struck out swinging in the third. Grounded out to the shortstop, Marco Luciano. Grounded out into a double play, a 6-3 double play. Tingelstad's also one of a number of players on the Aqua Sox roster that have been raised and played high school baseball or have played in the area in the state of Washington. 1-0, the pitch, that is a swing and a miss, and a strike 1 on a changeup on a 1-1 count. Trent Tingelstad coming from nearby Marysville, Washington, where the high school that he went to, Marysville Pilchuck High School, is right near Funko Field at Everett Memorial Stadium. And the 1-1 pitch is a strike 2 looking. Got him with a changeup there and a 1-2 counter. My mistake, that was a breaking ball right there, a ball and 2 strikes. They got a couple of pitchers as well. Damon Cassetta Stubbs, who was last year's losing pitcher from Vancouver, as well as Garrett Westberg. The 1-2 pitch, that's a fly ball foul past the third base side. And the count is a ball and 2 strikes. The Aqua Sox have a runner on second base with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Garrett Westberg, he graduated out of the University of Central Florida, but he came from Federal Way, Washington. And Damon Cassetta Stubbs, who was drafted out of Kingsway Christian High School last year, which was out of Vancouver, Washington. The 1-2 pitch upstairs and a 2-ball, 2-strike count on a fastball. And Madison is still ahead of the count. Kevin Santa is at second base. He got on a leadoff walk. And he went to second base on a ground out and has been stranded there ever since. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The windup and the pitch. That is a slow roller fielded by the third baseman who throws to first, and he gets him in time. Yes, he does. The third baseman, Yorlis Rodriguez, with a quick, nice play to end the top of the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a runner left on. The score staying 8-4. Volcanoes over the Everett Aqua Sox. Going into the bottom of the 7th inning, you're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Baseball is one of the greatest American summertime activities ever, and Les Schwab is proud to be a part of it as a sponsor of the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. Your Volcanoes lineup is all about teamwork, and so is the team at your local Les Schwab. As you plan your next Volcanoes or vacation road trip, stop by your local Les Schwab first. They'll perform a free visual inspection of some of your vehicle's most important parts to keep you and your family safe on the road. Schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
If you're looking for an affordable, incredible family vacation, there's no more majestic, magical, adventuresome country anywhere like the great western United States. Hello, I'm Mark Hemstreet, owner of Shiloh Inns. We're Shiloh proud to still be offering 4-star accommodations at affordable 2-star prices where you can enjoy deluxe smoke-free suites, spacious pools, spas, steam and sauna rooms, and fully equipped fitness centers. Enjoy it all, from free Wi-Fi in every room to a free continental breakfast or full hot delicious breakfast at most Shiloh Inns. And unlike the big hotel chains, there are no hidden fees. Even the kids stay free. And Shiloh Inns are dog friendly for your best friend. For reservations, call 800-222-2244 or visit our website at shilohinns.com. Shiloh Inns, affordable excellence. American family owned and proud of it.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back here in the bottom of the 7th inning. A nice job by Ben Madison and a nice play by Yorlis Rodriguez, the third baseman, to get out of the 7th inning. Brock Minich for Everett looking to get out of the 7th, looking to throw his first full inning of the night, as it'll start off against the left fielder Jairo Pomares. First pitch is a fly ball. That one going past the third base line, and a little bit of a changeup for 0-1. There'll be Pomares, Armani Smith, and Brandon Martirano. Pomares was hit by a pitch in his last two at-bats. Both were against the expected losing pitcher, and they both scored. The 0-1 pitch is on a curveball. A pop flies at a third baseman, Utah Jones, who makes the catch in short left field. And he'll get him for out number 1. Here's the right fielder, Armani Smith. As Smith had a bases-clearing triple back in the third, was walked on a full count in the 5th. As the Volcanoes look to add more runs on the board. I said it in the previous inning and it happened. Bringing it into existence. See if the Volcanoes can do the same thing here against Brock Minich, who has been struggling all year. First pitch is a curveball outside under the knees at ball 1. And the 1-0 pitch, swing and a foul. That one on another curveball. And the count is even at a ball and a strike. Hunter Bishop in the previous inning hitting his 4th home run of the season and his 2nd in the last 3 games. The 1-1 pitch is a strike 2 looking on a changeup for a 1-2 count. It's the 2nd home run that Bishop has had in his last 3 games, but it's the 2nd home run that he has had in as many games that he has played in. And a ball and 2 strikes to pitch. That is a ball 2 on a curveball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Minich, the 2-2 pitch at the ground ball, getting into the hole in right field. And Armani Smith is now 2 for 3 on the night. And we now go to the starting catcher, Brandon Martirano, who is 1 for 2. He is having a pretty good last couple of games himself, as he has had 5 RBIs in his last 2 games. He knocked in 3 runs to help the Volcanoes win by a score of 8-0. He went 3 for 3, knocking in 3 RBIs, including getting a 2-run single in the bottom of the 8th. Didn't have to wait till the 8th to get a 2-run single. He had one in his last at-bat. First pitch is a ball 1, gets away from Kalawahea, who can't throw to second. And Armani Smith is in second base on a wild pitch by Brock Minich. And the Volcanoes looking like how they looked in the second half of yesterday's game, in the first game of the 3-game series, where they ran away from Everett by scoring a number of runs here late in the game. And now that they've got some runs on the board here in the middle, 2 in the 5th and 2 in the 6th, they'll see if they can continue that trend as the game is winding down. A 1-0 pitch by Minich is a ball 2. That one a curveball that just misses the strike zone. It goes above the knees. And it just misses it on a 2-0 count. Minich in the stretch. Looking at Armani Smith at second and back at home plate. The timeout. And a timeout that is called by Martirano. But Brock Minich, he made a very awkward move, and it looked like it would have been called a balk, but the home plate umpire, Andrew Clark, is saying that Martirano called time. And now Nestor Rojas, the acting manager and the third base coach,
talking with the home plate umpire, Andrew Clark, as there will be no pitch. Marciano calling time. There is a runner at second base. Another questionable call by Andrew Clark at home plate, but so far nothing really to go crazy about. 2 balls, no strikes. The 2-0 pitch is a fastball outside, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. That one is down and out, definitely under the knees in the dirt. And Minich in the stretch, the 3-0 pitch. That is a strike one right down the middle. On a little bit of a slider. Goes in the bottom half of the strike zone. The count at 3-1. And Minich trying to get out of the 7th inning unscathed here. He already has an earned run under his name in the solo home run by Hunter Bishop, or in the 2-run home run by Hunter Bishop. One of those runs is credited to Benitez. The other one is credited towards Brock Minich, who faced off against them. 3 balls and a strike, the pitch. That is a ball 4 on a curveball that goes down and low. The Volcanoes will have runners on first and second base for the first baseman, Carter Aldretti. He is yet to have a hit tonight. 0 for 3 with a ground out, fly out, and a fielder's choice. Both teams now with 9 hits on the night. Minich, the windup in the first pitch to Aldretti is a ball 1 outside on a curveball above the strike zone. As the Volcanoes have runners on first and second with nobody out, they lead by 4. The 1-0 pitch by Minich is inside. That is a strike one looking on a fastball that is at the knees, a little inside. But the home plate umpire, Andrew Clark, calling that a strike at 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch, a foul chopper. That'll go towards the Everett Aqua Sox on deck circle to count at 1-2. As the Volcanoes are threatening here early in the bottom of the 7th inning. They have scored 2 runs in the last 2 innings. They have a chance to continue that trend here with Brock Minich looking to throw his first full inning against Carter Aldretti. He's ahead of the count at 1-2. The windup and the 1-2 pitch, a swing and a miss on a curveball for strike 3 for out number 2 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. We now go to the number 8 hitter in Yorlis Rodriguez. He got a base hit in the previous inning. As Yorlis got a base hit and scored from second base on that 2-run home run by Hunter Bishop. And now he has a chance to contribute here with runners in scoring position. And the first pitch from Minich is a shot going to left field. Marlowe, he is not able to make the play. Riding around the third is Armani Smith. He is going to score. And the Volcanoes now lead by 5, a score of 9-4. That was, I believe, a fastball inside that Rodriguez got a piece of. That falls into left field. Armani Smith running around third. Brandon Martirano is staying at second. And the Volcanoes, they have now exceeded the Aqua Sox in hits for the first time tonight, and they lead the Everett Aqua Sox by a score of 9-4. So now here is the number 9 hitter, and Jeff Hope looking for his first hit of the night. In a timeout by the Aqua Sox, Brandon Kalawahea tossing something back to the Aqua Sox dugout before going back behind home plate. And it'll be an RBI single for Rodriguez. That's his 14th RBI of the year. And once again, there will be runners on first and second. Minich, the first pitch to Hope is a strike one looking on a fastball. Goes a little bit inside. At the knees, a little under the knees. At 0-1.
Minich in the 0-1 pitch. That's a pop-up. That one going into short left center field. Marlowe, Perez, and Istris all near it, but Marlowe will make the catch for the third and final out here in the 7th inning. 1 run will score on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on. The Volcanoes lead by 5 by a score of 9-4 going into the top of the 8th inning. Ben Madison, I believe, is going to go back onto the mound as they'll face off against Connor Hoover, Robert Perez, and Cade Marlowe. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Nature isn't the only force that can leave its mark, especially when you have a tractor built to help make your property your own. The Kubota BX80 series is ready to get any job done the way it should be done. Dig, mow, haul, and comfortably maneuver in tight spaces. There's almost nothing it can't help you do. The BX series, America's best-selling subcompact tractor. Kubota, shape your world.
See Lynn Benton Tractor, just off Highway 34 and 99 East in Tangent, and online at lynnbentontractor.com.
Coat of Arms, the premier firearm retailer in Keizer, has moved to their new location at 4190 North River Road, and the showroom is looking great. Coat of Arms offers Cerakoting, hydro dipping, chroming, smithing, and custom manufacturing. Looking for something unique? Coat of Arms will gladly special order the firearm of your choice. Coat of Arms is proudly veteran-owned. All advice is backed by experienced armorers. See the new Coat of Arms in Keizer for all your firearm needs, or visit them online at OregonGunShop.com. That's OregonGunShop.com.
If you're looking for carpets, vinyl, hardwood, or laminates, do not go to the big box store. Valley Flooring Center has been serving Salem and the Willamette Valley for 30 years. Buy local and enjoy the professional advice. Jason and his knowledgeable staff would be more than happy to provide you with a free estimate for your flooring project. Stop by and check out the showroom at Valley Flooring Center located in Keizer, or visit them online at valleyflooringcenter.com. Flooring for all walks of life.
Don't miss Newsmakers with Brent DeHart and Dave Bourne. Weekdays at noon on the Mid-Valley's Best Talk, 1430 KYKN, Keizer, Salem.
And we're now back here in the top of the 8th inning. The Volcanoes have increased their lead now to 9-4 over the Everett Aqua Sox after an RBI single by Yorlis Rodriguez. Ben Madison going back onto the mound in the top of the 8th. He'll face off against the 5, 6, and 7 hitters in Connor Hoover, Robert Perez, and Cade Marlowe. Hoover and Perez, the two guys that forced Jacier Herrera out of the game. But thanks to the Volcanoes offense, he is currently online for his 2nd win of the year. As Connor Hoover walks up to the plate, he is 1 for 3 with that leadoff single in the 6th. And one of the 2 runs that the Aqua Sox have scored. The Volcanoes looking for their 23rd win at home this season. While the Aqua Sox, they're trying to get back to a 500 record on the road. They're 15-18. And not the Aqua Sox, the Volcanoes have been dominating in interleague play as they look to get their 14th interleague win this season. First pitch from Madison is a hanging slider on the outside corner at 1-0. Connor Hoover 1 for 3 with a single in the 6th. Madison, the 1-0 pitch, just a swing and a miss. Gets him on a change up on a 1-1 count. Hoover got an RBI, not an RBI single, got a leadoff single on a full count and scored on an RBI double by Robert Perez. He got a timeout by the home plate umpire in Andrew Clark, who is saying that a ball from the Aqua Sox bullpen. Got onto the field. 1 ball, 1 strike. A foul ball that hits the netting. And a fastball, 1 ball and 2 strikes. It'll be Connor Hoover, Robert Perez, and Cade Marlowe. Robert Perez, 1 for 2 with that RBI double. And Cade Marlowe looking for his first hit of the night. Madison ahead of the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Wind up and the pitch. That is outside, 2-2 on a fastball. It was at the letters, but it was way outside. So in the bottom of the 8th inning, Spokane tied the game up at 1 apiece, but Eugene took a 2-1 lead in the top of the 9th, and right now it's the bottom of the 9th inning. 2-2, swing and a miss and a foul. A change up by Madison, and Hoover gets a piece of that one. The count will stay at 2-2. So Spokane tied the game up in the bottom of the 8th at 1 apiece. Eugene
then scored their second run in the top of the ninth. And they currently lead the Spokane Indians by a score of 2-1. And right now, Spokane, with one out, has a runner on first base, and that is Keenan Irizarry. Madison in the stretch ahead of the count at 2-2. Getting the sign from Martirano. The pitch upstairs. Oh, boy. That was above the helmet. A fastball full count. And Connor Hoover now facing off in a full count once again. He faced off against Jacier Herrera. And got a single. The payoff pitch is a strike three called, and a changeup on the inside corner, and Hoover's already tossed his bat towards the dugout. He thought 100% that was a fourth ball, and now he'll be walking over to the dugout. He struck out looking for out number one here in the top of the eighth inning. Hoover walking to the dugout very slowly, in absolute shame after tossing that bat to the dugout. Madison getting the sign from the catcher Martirano to the first baseman Robert Perez, swing and a miss and a strike one. And Madison, the windup and the 0-1 pitch at the line shot straight to the third baseman Rodriguez, who makes the play right near the bag. That one a changeup from Madison, and Robert Perez getting robbed again on another line out. This one to the third baseman Yorlis Rodriguez. Another amazing play by him on the hot corner. And we now go to the number 7 hitter in Cade Marlowe, the left fielder. He's looking for his first hit of the night. Struck out, ground out, and flew out. As Madison's one out away from getting out of the top of the eighth inning. The windup in the first pitch, that's a fly ball foul over the Aqua Sox dugout and over the netting on an 0-1 count. Marlowe struck out swinging in the first inning, grounded out to the shortstop Marco Luciano in the fourth, and flew out to the right fielder Armani Smith in the sixth. The 0-1 pitch by Madison, that's inside. He tried bunting for it, but that was a fastball inside and in the dirt. And the count is even at 1-1. One ball and one strike. And Madison the pitch. Oh, boy. That is a changeup that was just a bit outside. That one going not only past the catcher, but also went past the left-handed hitter's box and was thrown over the third baseline and hit straight to the dugout, or straight to the backstop. 2 balls and a strike. The 2-1 pitch, another changeup, and it's a 2-2 count. Ben Madison ahead of the count here in the top of the eighth. The Volcanoes are trying to hold on to a 5-run lead. They lead 9-4. And they have scored 5 of their 9 runs in the last 3 innings alone. The 2-2 pitch by Madison, that is a check swing on a fastball that just misses the corner. And the count is full at 3-2. So Keenan Irizarry got a base hit and was replaced by Obi Rickenstrick as a pinch runner. And now Scott Capers has got a single, and they have runners on the corners in the bottom of the ninth. The payoff pitch, that's another changeup, and that's another strike 3 called. A 1-2-3 inning for Ben Madison in the top of the eighth, as the score will stay at 9-4. And Everett's going to bring in one more new pitcher before finishing off the night, as they'll face off against the top 3 hitters in the lineup. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
There's nothing better than the crack of a baseball bat and the cheer of the crowd. Les Schwab is proud to sponsor Summertime Baseball and all of the sights and sounds of the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes. This team knows how to work together, inning after inning, game after game. Just like the team at your local Les Schwab. Whether you need new tires, wheels, or a free visual inspection of some of your vehicle's most important parts, Les Schwab is ready for you. Schedule your next appointment with your smartphone or computer at leschwab.com. Les Schwab Tires, where doing the right thing matters.
Babe, wake up. Babe. Oh no, the room's on fire. Woo! Woo! It's an alien invasion! Pew pew! I guess I'll just eat this Egg McMuffin.
Huh? Is there another one? Or...
Wake up breakfast at McDonald's. Mix and match 2 classics for $5. Choose from an Egg McMuffin or a Sausage McMuffin with egg, each made with real butter and a freshly cracked egg. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Limited time offer. Single item at regular price.
Guess what? Your Salem-Keizer Volcanoes are in the playoffs September 5th through the 8th for the first time in many years, and you can get yourself great seats before they go on sale to the general public. Packages beginning at only $40 and premium packages starting at only $88, including a free ticket to Opening Day 2020 and an Edgar Martinez bobblehead doll. This year's playoffs are sponsored by Salem-Keizer McDonald's. Get your seats at volcanosbaseball.com or by calling 503-390-2225. Discover the wonder all over again.
Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 9 to noon, and Volcanoes Baseball at night. A winning combination on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes looking to get some more runs here in the bottom of the 8th before they'll be done for the night offensively. They lead by a score of 9-4. The Aqua Sox bringing in a new pitcher in number 1, Fred Villarreal, the 21-year-old from Brownsville, Texas. He is pitching in his 8th game for the Everett Aqua Sox. He is 1-0 with an ERA of 1.17. He has allowed only 1 earned run, walked 2, and struck out 6 and 7 and 2/3 innings this year. He was drafted in the 2019 draft out of the University of Houston. In his last appearance on the mound, he was the winning pitcher as Trent Dingelstead hit that walk-off home run back on August 13th. He allowed a run in the top of the 9th. As he'll be back on the mound, a face-off in the top of the order against Hunter Bishop. This one a ripped shot down the right field line. That is fair. Bishop is turning on the Jets for 2. He may go for 3, and he will go to 3. Hunter Bishop is looking for the triple, and he'll get it. Hunter Bishop, a leadoff triple. The first-round draft pick showing off his power and his speed here tonight at Volcano Stadium. Hunter Bishop picking up where he left off in the last at-bat as he has his first triple as a Salem-Keizer Volcano. And what a way to start off the bottom of the 8th inning right there. They had 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning yesterday, and they have shown themselves to be powerful late in games, especially against Everett. And it looks like they might continue here against Marco Luciano. First pitch is low and a fastball down and out for a ball 1. Luciano 2 for 4 with a couple of runs so far tonight. Hunter Bishop now 2 for 4 as well. He has a couple of runs as well. The 1-0 pitch, that's outside. That's a fastball at ball 2. The Volcanoes looking to go double digits here tonight. 2 balls, no strikes. Fred Villarreal against Marco Luciano. Runner at third, 2 balls, no strikes. Villarreal the pitch. That is a check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. That is a fastball that went down and out, but Luciano swung at it. He went around, and the count is now 2-1. And the 2-1 pitch by Villarreal gets under the strike zone for ball 3. That one under the knees, 3 balls and a strike. And so we got a final score from Avista Stadium. And it's that the Spokane Indians, they could not hold on. The Emeralds won 2-1. The 3-1 pitch is outside and a fastball for ball 4. And the Volcanoes will have runners on the corners for Alex Canario, the designated hitter. The Indians had runners on the corners with 1 out, but the Emeralds will be able to hold on to win the game at Avista Stadium. And we'll look to split the series over the Indians in the first 2 games. Matteo Bocci getting his first win of the season at 1-0. So this is the only game that is going on. And so far, 2 Northwest League South teams have won, and 1 Northwest League North team has won. That was Vancouver. That's before this game even started. First pitch from Villarreal to Canario. That one a gapper. That is going to fall between right center field. 1 run's going to score. Luciano's going to third. Canario's going to go to second. That throw's cut off. And it'll be an RBI double for Alex Canario, and the Volcanoes indeed reach double digits. They lead the Everett Aqua Sox by a score of 10-4. At this point, we're not even surprised anymore. Salem-Keizer picking up the bats, and they keep showing game after game after game why they would be a threat on offense. One of the best teams offensively in the Northwest League. Timeout by the Everett AquaSox. Ari Ronick, the AquaSox pitching coach, walking up to the mound to talk to Villarreal, who has not recorded an out so far in this outing. He's faced off against 3 batters. One of them has scored, and 2 of them are on base. Jorge Benitez expected to be the losing pitcher in his 3rd loss. He allowed 7 earned runs in 3 1/3 innings. As the Volcanoes have exploded, especially with offense in the last few innings of this game. Starting in the 5th inning, they now have 8 hits. 8 of their 12 hits have come in the last 4 innings of this game. And 6 runs have come in. And the first pitch from Villarreal will be a ball 1. That ball getting away from Kalewahea. And Luciano will score on a wild pitch, and the Volcanoes now lead by a score of 11-4. Is Kalewahea. For a second there, I thought I had that. I guess I don't. And that was the first pitch from Villarreal to the left fielder Jairo Pomares, who was 0 for 2, got hit by a pitch a couple of times, and scored on both occasions. So the Volcanoes will have a runner on third in Canario. The windup and the 1-0 pitch, that is a swing and a miss, and a strike 1 and a fastball. And the count is even on a ball and a strike. And the 1-1 pitch, a slow roller, fielded by the first baseman Perez, tosses to Villarreal, who touches the first base bag. No, he drops it, and a run is going to score. And I thought we're going to have a game without an Everett AquaSox error in this series. Turns out that's not the case at all. It'll be an error by, I'm going to say that's the first baseman Perez. But you can argue it's by the pitcher Villarreal, because it looked like for a second there that the ball got in and out of the glove of Villarreal. But then he drops it. A run will score. A run was easily going to score in Canario. But Everett will get their first error of the game after they had 6 yesterday. And we now go to the right fielder, Armani Smith. The score now, Volcanoes 12, Everett 4. Villarreal, the windup and the first pitch, that is low, and a ball 1 in the dirt on a fastball 1-0. One ball, no strikes. Villarreal, that is a chopper. That is fielded by the shortstop Isdris. Can't toss it to second, but will throw to first, and we'll get the runner out at first base. That is Armani Smith. Jairo Pomares going to second base, and here's the catcher, Brandon Martirano. As Martirano, over the past couple of days, the starting catcher, next batter, Brandon Martirano, doing a pretty good job. 5 RBIs in his last 2 games, yesterday and today. Villarreal, the first pitch, that's a fly ball foul past the first base side. That was a fastball. Sounds like it hits off one of the metal bleachers. Villarreal trying to get the second out here, and the 0-1 pitch is a fastball that goes inside, literally right next to the letters, a ball and a strike. And the 1-1 pitch, that ball getting into the glove, but dropped by Villarreal, but he's able to toss it to first. And it'll be in time. Pomares will go to third. Villarreal catching a very fast chopper. Gets in and out of his glove, rolls away from him for a little bit, but is able to toss it to first. And it will move Pomares to third base. Here is the first baseman, Carter Aldretti. He has one more chance, one last chance to get a base hit and also get an RBI in the process as well. And the first pitch is a strike one looking on a fastball. A little bit under the strike zone. At around a little above the knees, 0-1. Runner at third base and Jairo Pomares. As Carter Aldretti will look to get a RBI here. He has not had a hit in this game just yet. The 0-1 shot down to center field. Speaking of which, he got his first hit of the night. An RBI single that will score Pomares, and the Volcanoes once again putting it all over the Aqua Sox. During that 4-game road series, they won the fourth and final game by a score of 13-3. Here, they lead by a score of 13-4. As Pomares will score, and here is Yorlis Rodriguez. And the first pitch from Villarreal to Rodriguez is a ball one. A changeup outside. And the Volcanoes on all sides of the ball had a huge dominating effort. And the 1-0 pitch, that is a foul chopper. Hits off of Rodriguez. No, it hits off of the home plate umpire and Andrew Clark. And the count is at 1-1. The Volcanoes with a runner on first base now in Carter Aldretti. Now the Volcanoes had a joint effort yesterday in shutting out the Everett Aqua Sox, and now Salem-Keizer with another joint effort and getting a higher margin here against the Aqua Sox. And a 1-1 pitch is a chopper that gets into the hole in right field. So the inning will continue. Runners on first and second for the Volcanoes. 4 runners have come in to score in the bottom of the 8th. And we now go to the number 9 hitter, Jeff Hope, who is the 9th hitter of this inning. And the first pitch is a foul ball to Hope, and the count will start off at 0-1. Villarreal, the 0-1 pitch. That's a swing and a miss. That one is on a slider at 0-2. (13-4) now, Volcanoes over the Aqua Sox with a chance to win the series here. 0-2. That is a ball one. That ball getting away from Kalawahea, but the runners will not advance, and the count is at 1-2. There's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. And the Volcanoes have scored 4 runs so far in the 8th, starting on a Hunter Bishop triple. Luciano was walked. Alex Canario with an RBI double. Jairo Pomares getting on base on an error. The only error by the Aqua Sox here tonight. The 1-2 pitch is a fastball that goes low under the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And after Armani Smith and Brandon Marchuano both ground out, Carter Aldretti hits an RBI single, and Yorlis Rodriguez gets his 3rd consecutive single. He has come up to the plate in 3 consecutive innings and has gotten a base hit in all 3. The 2-2 pitch, that is a fly ball foul that hits the netting above the Aqua Sox on deck circle, and the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Just approaching the 3-hour mark here at Volcano Stadium. First pitch was 5:13. It's right now 8:02 in an absolutely explosive game for the Volcanoes. 2-2 pitch outside. The 2-2 pitch from Villarreal is outside for a fastball that goes up above the letters and outside for a full count 3-2. The Volcanoes with a chance to get some more runs on the board to go around the lineup for the first time tonight. They almost did earlier in the game. See if they can do it here. The payoff pitch is outside. That's a check swing, and that's a ball 4. The infield umpire, Kyle Stutz, says that he did not go around on a fastball that was outside, and the Volcanoes do exactly just that. They go around the lineup as we now go back to Hunter Bishop, who had a triple to start off this game. It was on a leadoff triple. This was in response after he had the home run, as the Volcanoes bring up the 10th batter of this 8th inning. They have scored 9 of their 13 runs in the last 4 innings alone. 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, and 4 here in the bottom of the 8th, and maybe more. Hunter Bishop looking to have an impressive night here after starting off the 6th inning, 0 for 2 with a walk and a run. He has a 2-run home run and a leadoff triple. First pitch from Villarreal is a strike one looking on a fastball. And the count is at 0-1. So the Volcanoes now have 13 runs and 14 hits. The windup and the 0-1 by Villarreal, a swing and a miss and a slider for an 0-2 count. It was on the first pitch that Bishop saw earlier in this inning towards the line in right field that ended in his first triple as a Salem-Keizer Volcano. The 0-2 pitch by Villarreal is outside on a slider for ball 1. He got his 4th home run, his first triple, and he has 3 runs under his name, as he now has 19 runs total for the Volcanoes. He has 9 RBIs and now has his 4th home run. Villarreal, the 1-2 pitch. That is a swing and a miss and a slider inside for strike 3. And that will end the night offensively for the Volcanoes in the bottom of the 8th. 4 runs will score, 3 of them earned. 1, 2, 3, 4 hits, 1 error, and 3 runners left on. They score 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th. They lead by a score of 13-4. And the Volcanoes will bring in a new pitcher in Tyler Schimpf to close out this game in the top of the 9th. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Hey, KYKN fans, are you listening? Tom Marks, your residential real estate specialist from Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Real Estate Professionals. Are you thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate? If you'd like to give me a call at 503-881-9230, I'll meet with you and listen to your real estate goals. We'll call it a job interview. If you like me and what I offer, we can do business together. There's no hard sell, just casual conversation. Tom Marks, 503-881-9230.
At Day Heating and Day Energy Solutions, we offer complete home comfort together in one place.
With a variety of heating and cooling systems and a full range of energy-related home improvements, including insulation, duct leakage testing and sealing, energy audits, performance assessments, and more.
How can we help you be more comfortable in your home? Give us a call and find out.
Day Heating and Day Energy Solutions. Complete home comfort together in one place. 363-4822.
At Selden Learning Centers, there's an entire team ready to help students succeed. Here's what families are saying about Sylvan.
Madison was having difficulties with her math, so we put her in Sylvan, and by the time she started 6th grade, she was only a few months behind.
The instructor helped me improve on my reading and comprehension. My skills are a whole lot better thanks to her.
Does your child or grandchild need a head start going back to school? This is Kim Dorn, and Sylvan can get them headed in the right direction. Call 503-363-2996 today.
Your home of the Salem-Keizer volcanoes all season long. Discover the wonder all over again. Exclusively on 1430 KYKN, Keizer Salem.
And we are now back here in the top of the 9th inning. The Volcanoes, just like yesterday, score a lot of runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. The score right now, the Volcanoes 13, the Everett Aqua Sox 4. Volcanoes looking for their 37th win of the season. Right now, they have already matched last season's win total, as they finished last year with a 36-40 record, as they are 36-25 at the moment. as Tyler Schimpf is a new pitcher for the Volcanoes. A call to the bullpen brought to you by Cozy's New York Deli, home of the Italian Stallion sandwich. Tyler Schimpf making his 13th appearance here this year, 3-0 with an ERA of 1.11. The first pitch to the number 8 hitter, Brennan Kalawahea, is a check swing, strike one looking, 3-0, 1.11. Ben Madison, 3 no-hit innings. No hits, no runs, walked 1, and also struck out 5. The windup and the 0-1 pitch, that is a swing and a miss, and a fastball at 0-2. Kalawahea, Miguel Perez, and Kevin Santa are the 3 hitters for the Aqua Sox. No balls and 2 strikes. Schimpf is ahead of the count at 0-2. Schimpf in the stretch. The 0-2 pitch, that is a swing and a miss, and that's a fastball. That got some heat on that, 95 miles an hour. And Kalawahea is out for the second time tonight for the first out in the inning. So the Volcanoes right now have exceeded the total win total that they had all of last year. They finished the 2018 season with a 36-40 record, with the second best overall record in the Northwest League South Division behind Hillsboro, who had 51 wins. Tyler Schimpf against the number 9 hitter in Miguel Perez. First pitch is a curveball that gets outside at the knees for a strike one looking. And they are looking to exceed that win total. 36 wins going up to 37. And the 0-1 pitch, a fly ball foul. And the count going 0-2. This one past the first base line for an 0-2 count. As Schimpf looks to strike out the 9 hitter here, Miguel Perez. It'll be the first time that the Volcanoes have reached 37 wins since 2015, when they last went to the Northwest League playoffs. And the 0-2 pitch that is outside, and a fastball in the dirt, low and under the strike zone, ball 1. And back in 2015, that was when the Volcanoes had 39 wins. And they finished with an overall record of 39-37, 6 games behind of Hillsboro for the overall record. And the 1-2 pitch, that is a ball 2. This one on a curveball, just gets above the knees, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Miguel Perez, he hit a leadoff double in the second inning, but was stranded at third against Javier Herrera and struck out in his last 2 times up. The windup and the 2-2, that's a curveball down the third baseline foul. A chopper down the third baseline. And the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. They reached 38 wins in 2014. They reached 37 in 2015. And the 2-2 pitch is a swing and a miss and a fastball. Well, a little bit of hot sauce on that one. 95 miles an hour. Going right on the top part of the strike zone, around the letters. And Perez swung at that one. And the Volcanoes are 1 out away from their 37th win of the year. The last time that the Volcanoes had 40 or more wins was in 2013. They got swept in the division series by the Boise Hawks that year. Schimpf against the leadoff hitter Kevin Santa. Wind up in the first pitch. That's a swing and a miss and a strike one for 93 miles an hour. Looking to get win number 37. Looking to get 37 wins or more for the first time since 2015, where they finished the year with 39 wins. The count at 0-1. Schimpf the pitch. That's a fly ball. That one going to left field. Jairo Pomares is under it. And the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes have won the first 2 games of this series in absolute dominating fashion, by a final score of 13-4. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on, as the Volcanoes have gone up to 37 wins. They are 37-25, with a second half record of 11-13. The Everett Aqua Sox 29-33 overall with an 11-13 record. We're going to take a break here from Volcano Stadium. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Homegrown NFL star Kevin Boss of the Kansas City Chiefs goes to PT Northwest for his local physical therapy needs. With the help of PT Northwest, Kevin was able to achieve his goals of winning a Super Bowl. Need sports rehab yourself? Go where the pros go. Go online at ptnorthwest.com or call PT Northwest at 503-371-8860. Now with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, including Corvallis, Eugene, Staten, Monmouth, Keizer, Silverton, Woodburn, and 4 in Salem. PT Northwest is the premier sports rehab provider in the Willamette Valley and the official sports rehab provider to the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes.
If you need your house painted, don't call me. If you need some plumbing done, don't call me. But if you need electrical work for your home business, call me, Jeffy, at A&A Electrical Contractors, 503-949-3193. From exterior lighting to chase away those raccoons and clowns at night, panel upgrades, give us a call today, 503-949-3193, CCB 153711. That's A&A Electrical Contractors.
August is here and you look around your yard, you have just one or two more spots to fill to make it complete. 13th Street Nursery is here for you. Whether it's an evergreen or a beautiful tree that will provide amazing colors before the leaves drop, stop in and find the tree or shrub that's just right. If you're thinking about gardening indoors this fall and winter, our indoor plant selection is hard to find anywhere else. Find us on Facebook or on the web at 13thstreetnursery.net. That's 13th Street Nursery. Now let's create something beautiful together.
This is Volcanoes Baseball on your home for Newsmakers with Brent and Dave. Weekdays at noon on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcanoes Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes have just won the series against the Everett Aqua Sox by a final score of 13-4. The winning pitcher in this game, Jacier Herrera, with a 2-1 record. The losing pitcher is Jorge Benitez with a record of 2-3. The Aqua Sox 4 runs on 9 hits, 1 error, and 6 runners left on. While for the Volcanoes, 13 runs on 14 hits, no errors, and they left 9 runners on. The Aqua Sox going down to an overall record of 29-33 with an attendance, or not with an attendance, with a second half record. I'm going to get to attendance later. With a second half record of 11-13, while the Volcanoes now have an overall record of 37-25 with a second half record of 11-13 in a game that lasted 2 hours and 59 minutes and had an attendance of 2,014 people. We're going to take one more break before we start off Volcanoes postgame. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Batteries Northwest and their Mid-Valley dealers remind you that summer is tough on car and truck batteries. The extra heat, stop-and-go traffic, and the air conditioner are all factors in causing wear. If your battery is starting to crank a little slower, it's time for a new battery, and you should have your connections checked too. You don't want to be at the beach or in the mountains and lose battery power. Contact Batteries Northwest at 503-362-2684 to find a dealer near you, or online at batteriesnorthwest.com. That's batteriesnorthwest.com.
Things are really heating up at B&G Bingo. Sunday, August 25th, it's B&G Bingo Super Sizzler, evening session only. Bonanzas and double actions pay $350 plus progressives. $10 buy-in gets you 2 packs, and each pack includes 10 games paying $150, 2 games paying $700, and 2 games paying $1,000. Things don't get any hotter at B&G Bingo during their Super Sizzler, Sunday, August 25th, evening session only. B&G Bingo on Lancaster Drive at Highway 22 next to Winco. All proceeds go to support your Salem, Marion, and Polk County's Boys and Girls Clubs.
Buying or refinancing a home can be one of the most exciting times in your life and the most stressful. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can help put your mind at ease when it comes to home mortgages. Rates are at near historic lows. Buying, selling, or refinancing? Call Jeff today. 503-949-6302. He can also do reverse mortgages. Jeff Lang at Avenue Mortgage can put your mind at ease. 503-949-6302. NMLS number 273136. NMLS number 237701.
The game may be over, but we're not done yet. It's the post-game wrap-up, presented by Chevron Extra Mile. Now, here's Payne Patchett on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we're now back here from Volcanoes Stadium in Keizer, Oregon. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes have won this series over the Everett Aqua Sox by a final score of 13-4. and they've taken control of Everett for basically the entire series so far. They shut out the Aqua Sox 8-0 yesterday behind the arms of Travis Perry and from the bat of Brandon Martirano. And now the Volcanoes have beaten the Aqua Sox with a larger margin of 9 runs. They beat them 13-4 behind the arms of Jacier Herrera, Ben Madison, and Tyler Schimpf, as well as the bats of not only Brandon Martirano, but basically everyone in the lineup. Everyone in the lineup also contributed yesterday, and just when it came to knocking runs in, Brandon Martirano was the first guy that popped up. But in this case, a lot of people contributed. But the game actually started off on the Everett's side in the top of the first inning. It started off on the wrong side. It started off on the wrong foot if you're a Volcanoes fan. Top of the first inning, the Aqua Sox getting the first 2 runs on the board on a 2-run single by Utah Jones, and it wasn't until the bottom of the 3rd inning where the Volcanoes scored 4 runs. 1 on an RBI single by Alex Canario, and 1 on a bases-clearing triple by Armani Smith. And the score is 4-2 Volcanoes. They have not lost that lead for the rest of the game. And then here late in the game, this is where the Volcanoes ran away with it. And they, even though they were in a safe distance away from the Aqua Sox just for safe measure, they just keep running away with it. No one's near them at this point. They just keep running away with this game. They have it in their back pocket, and they just kept running as fast as they can to the point where they can't even see Everett anymore. It wasn't even close at all. It started off in the bottom of the 5th. The Volcanoes getting 2 more runs on the board on a 2-run single by Martuano, and it makes the score 6-2. After Everett scores 2 runs in the top of the 6th on an RBI double by Robert Perez and a wild pitch by Ben Madison that scored Perez from 2nd to 3rd and then 3rd to home. So it was 2 wild pitches that made the score 6-4. They would score 2 more runs on a 2-run home run by Hunter Bishop, his 2nd home run in as many starts, as he had one against the Eugene Emeralds. He has 4 home runs, made the score 8-4 Volcanoes over the Aqua Sox. In the bottom of the 7th inning, an RBI single by Yorlis Rodriguez made it 9-4. And then the bottom of the 8th inning, they just exploded with 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. The first one coming in on an RBI double by Alex Canario. An error by the first baseman, Robert Perez, tossing it to the pitcher, Fred Villarreal. Scored another run. That was my mistake, the RBI double by Alex Canario scored Hunter Bishop. The error by the first baseman, Robert Perez, that was hit by Jairo Pomares, scored Luciano. A wild pitch. The wild pitch scored Luciano, and the error scored Canario, so the score was 12-4. And then about a few batters later, Carter Aldretti decided that he wanted to join in on the fun too, and the Barber got an RBI single, and it made the score 13-4. That was the final score. The Aqua Sox 4 runs on 9 hits, an error. They left 6 runners on, while the Volcanoes 13 runs on 14 hits. They had no errors, and they left 9 runners on. Jacier Herrera getting his 2nd win of the season at 2-1. Jorge Benitez getting his 3rd loss at 2-3. Looking around now, all the games in the Northwest League are done, so the standings at this moment that we know of so far, Spokane is 1 game ahead of Tri-City, 3 games now ahead of the Everett Aqua Sox, and 4 games ahead of the Vancouver Canadians. While in the Northwest League North Division, Eugene and Hillsboro, they are still tied in first place. They keep one-upping each other. When one team wins, the other one happens to win as well. The Volcanoes are 3 games behind on both of them, and the Boise Hawks are 5 games now behind on both of them. We're going to take a break here from Volcano Stadium for Salem-Keizer Volcanoes postgame. We're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
You will be impressed with the new duplex community in South Salem, 50 Oaks. These smartly crafted homes are ready for purchase in the quiet, secluded neighborhood, close to schools and shopping, with green space that include oak trees and rain gardens. Premium touches include quartz countertops and luxury vinyl plank flooring. They feature 3 bedrooms with 2.5 baths, a garage, and washer-dryer hookups. It makes this a complete package to move in today. Call 503-551-5788, 503-551-5788.
Boone Ridge Senior Living is a lifestyle choice. Whether you desire assisted living or need memory care, Boone Ridge can be just the place for you or your loved ones. At Boone Ridge, you will experience extraordinary, and it's obvious from the moment you step through the doors. With our walking paths, fitness centers, open restaurant-style dining, and 24-hour skilled staff, you will want to call Boone Ridge home. Go to BooneRidgeSeniorLiving.com and learn more. Or for a tour, call 503-979-3600. 9611.
Hi, I'm Danny Moore, General Manager here at Creekside Golf Club located in South Salem. Summer is in the air and everybody's thinking about golf. Whether you play a little bit of golf or golf every day, we have a membership level for everybody. And with golf membership, the whole family gets to use all of our amenities, which are several. We just opened the swimming pool for summer. We have a state-of-the-art workout facility. We have a great driving range, which offers free range balls for the whole family. We have a performance center for club fitting and club repair. And new, we have 2 pickleball courts, a basketball area, and under construction is a new bocce ball court. So as you can see, we have something for the whole family. Our restaurant, Danny's on the Green, features great food, great service, and views of the golf course. Great for summer and winter dining. Right now, we're offering a special. If you come on out and play golf and pay a greens fee, you receive a free hat. Visit our website at golfcreekside.com or come see me. I'd love to show you around.
We're America's floor store.
Save big now on waterproof floors during Color Tile's Celebrate America sale. Moisture? No problem. Waterproof floors that resist scratches and dents, are pet and kid friendly, and perfect for bathrooms and basements. Plus, we're offering 12 months, no interest. So hurry in for the best savings on waterproof floors at Color Tile of Salem.
Carpets Plus, Color Tile, America's floor store.
$2 Tuesday is the perfect time to visit North Block Coffee at 640 Commercial Northeast. All 12-ounce drinks are just $2 all day long on Tuesday. Cappuccinos, lattes, mochas, blended coffees, cold brews, Italian sodas, hot chocolate smoothies, and all kinds of iced teas are just $2 on $2 Tuesdays at North Block Coffee on Commercial Northeast. When you pull in, you'll get a smile and have your drink made perfect. See North Block Coffee on Facebook and Instagram.
Your home for high school football, Ducks football, and Volcanoes baseball. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. The Salem-Keizer Volcanoes have just won their 37th game of the season and got their 11th win in second half play. With a second half record of 11-13, they have beaten the Everett Aqua Sox by a final score of 13-4. With Jacier Herrera throwing 5 innings, allowing 4 runs, and striking out 5. Tyler Schimpf throwing 1 complete inning, striking out 2, and Herrera getting his second win of the season. The Everett Aqua Sox going down to 33 losses with a second half record of 11-13 on the season. And the starting pitchers that are expected for both sides. For the Seattle Mariners, it is their second-round draft choice in Brandon Williamson, while for the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes, it is Prelander Baroa, who will also be starting in his third game, looking for his first win. Currently no wins, no losses, an ERA of 7. 9 innings, 9 hits, 7 runs. He has walked 5 and has struck out 7. Let's take a look at the scores from around the Northwest League, as once again the standings see Eugene and Hillsboro still tied for first. Salem-Keizer 3 games back, and Boise, they are 5 games back. Keep in mind that Eugene and Hillsboro are going to face off against each other starting in 2 days when the Volcanoes play against Boise. That's going to be a very fascinating series to watch. While in the Northwest League North Division, Spokane is 1 game ahead of Tri-City. They are 3 games ahead of Everett and 4 games ahead of the Vancouver Canadians. Let's take a look at the Hillsboro Hops game first. They played against the Tri-City Dust Devils. We start off in the bottom of the second inning. Andy Yerzy with an RBI single that makes it 1-0. And Dominic Canzone hits his first home run in a Hops uniform, makes the score Hillsboro 4, Tri-City 0. Hillsboro is bringing up a lot of players that they got from Missoula, especially in the Arizona League. And as far as I can tell, it looks like they may be stacking up for a postseason run, as Hillsboro is one of the 2 hopefuls that will play the Volcanoes in September 4th. It's like The Bachelor or The Bachelorette, where the Volcanoes are the Bachelor/Bachelorette, and Hillsboro and Eugene is trying to fight so they can come face to face. I don't know where that was leading. That's the first thing that popped in my head. Okay, back to the game. Bottom of the third, Andy Yerzy with an RBI single and makes it 5-0 Hillsboro over Tri-City. Dominic Canzone then right back at it again with the ground rule double that makes it 6-0. Oh, great. I think it just made things awkward now. Well, that's just awesome. Bottom of the fourth, Jorge Barroso with an RBI double makes it 7-0. Leo Vera-Piguero with an RBI force out that makes it 8-0. A wild pitch by Tri-City's Sam Keating scores Tristan English and makes it 9-0. And finally, in the top of the ninth, Jason Pineda hits an RBI triple and makes it 9-1 Hillsborough over Tri-City. And even though Hillsborough won by 8, they did have 3 more hits than the Dust Devils, 10 hits to 7. But Tri-City, the big number, they committed 3 errors. Cody Reed for Hillsborough getting his first win, and Ignacio Feliz for Tri-City getting his third loss. And Hillsborough up to 38-24, Tri-City with a record of 29-33. Now here's the other game that the Volcanoes will be paying attention to. That is Eugene and Spokane. It was a very low-scoring game. No score through 6 full innings until the top of the 7th when Eugene gets their first run on the board on an RBI double by Jake Washer and makes it 1-0. Spokane would tie it up in the bottom of the 8th on a sacrifice fly to left field by Derwin Barreto. And in the top of the 9th inning, Luis Vasquez with an RBI single that scores Ryan Reynolds. I am not joking. The Emeralds have a guy whose name is Ryan Reynolds. As there was a ground ball to left field deflected off of the shortstop, Eugene would win by a final score of 2-1. It was deflected off of Christian Ainoa. Eugene, 2 runs on 8 hits and 1 error. The Spokane Indians, 1 run on 6 hits and no errors. Mateo Bocci for Eugene getting his first win, while Nick Starr for Spokane getting his third loss. Spokane at 36-26, and Eugene has a record of 30-32. And finally, the Boise Hawks against the Vancouver Canadians. We start off in the top of the 5th inning. Boise getting 2 runs on the board on an RBI single by Trevor Boone, and one of the Boise Hawks' new members on their roster, Turner Brown, hitting an RBI single. Boise leads 2-0, but just like that, Vancouver comes back, and they take the lead. Philip Clark getting into a force out that cuts the lead to 2-1. A wild pitch by Boise's Cameron Enck ties it up at 2 apiece, and McGregory Contreras reaches on an error by the third baseman Tyler Plantier, and the final score, Vancouver 3, Boise 2. This was the game that ended before any of these other games started. Vancouver 3 runs on 3 hits and no errors. Boise 2 runs on 4 hits and 2 errors. The winning pitcher in this game was Juan Diaz, who had his 3rd win of the season at 3-4. Cameron Enck getting his 2nd loss at 1-2, and Grayson Huffman getting his 4th save of the year. Again, the standings run the Northwest League North Division. Spokane 14-10. They are 1 game ahead of Tri-City, 3 games ahead of Everett, and 4 games ahead of Vancouver. While in the Northwest League South Division, Eugene and Hillsborough are tied for first place. If both of these teams are tied for first place, entering the first game of the new series, where they'll play against each other. Salem-Keizer is going to play against Boise in the final regular season series here at Volcano Stadium. But the series between Eugene and Hillsborough is the series that everyone in the entire Northwest League is going to pay attention to, because it's the series that could possibly be the Northwest League South tiebreaker that could decide who would win the second half Northwest League South Division title, and who would play against the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes in September for the Northwest League South Division playoffs. But the Volcanoes would have to wait. There's still a lot of baseball left. Apart from this 3-game series, this is just the big moment right here. We're going to take one more break here from Volcano Stadium in Keizer. You're listening to 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
Keeping an active lifestyle is one of the best ways to stay fit and healthy. At PT Northwest, our goal is to help you achieve just that. Through our clinical outcomes and highly trained experts, we can help you recover from an injury or help you advance to where you want to be. Find a professional physical therapist now at PT Northwest with 11 locations in the Willamette Valley, including Corvallis, Eugene, Staten, Monmouth, Keizer, Silverton, Woodburn, and 4 in Salem. Go online to ptnorthwest.com to find out more.
Babe, wake up. Babe. Oh no, the room's on fire! Woo! Woo! It's an alien invasion! Pew pew! I guess I'll just eat this Egg McMuffin.
Huh? Is there another one? Or...
Wake up breakfast at McDonald's. Mix and match 2 classics for $5. Choose from an Egg McMuffin or a Sausage McMuffin with egg, each made with real butter and a freshly cracked egg. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Limited time offer. Single item at regular price.
Hi, this is Michelle at Copycats, located in West Salem, McMinnville, and Keizer. We are much more than a full-service copy center. While we have the latest technology in self-service and full-service copy machines, we also offer an amazing array of printing and binding options. Color copying, offset printing, process color printing, laser engraving, and a full-color poster. We do it all. Copycats offers high-quality products and services in addition to printing and copying.
such as trophies, awards, signs, banners, business forms, and invitations. We also stock hundreds of different papers, from elegant stationery stock to suit every taste. So let Copycats of West Salem, McMinnville, and Keizer take care of you. Find us online at copycatsnw.com. At Copycats, our cats are paper trained.
I know, you thought your local Domino's couldn't make the $5.99 Mix and Match special any more awesome, but yes, we did. Mix and match any 2 or more of the following: a medium 2-topping Domino's pizza, stuffed cheesy bread, 8-piece boneless chicken, pasta dish, an oven-baked sandwich, or our amazing new bread twists for only $5.99 each. And now you can make the pizza a large 2-topping for only $3 more. Mix and match as many of these delicious Domino's items as you'd like for only $5.99 each. And don't forget to make your pizza large for just $3 more. Order online at Domino's.com today.
If you have an accident in your car or truck, go to Jackson's Body Shop and you'll be well taken care of. This third-generation family business has repaired thousands of vehicles right here in Salem. The Jackson team brings you the best of both worlds. They have an excellent working relationship with insurance companies, but they are your advocate when notifying the insurance adjuster what your vehicle needs to get back to its prior condition, not what you can get by with. Jackson's Body Shop on Silverton Road. Jackson'sAutobody.com. Jackson'sAutobody.com.
This is Volcanoes Baseball, live on your home for Beck, Rush, Newsmaker, Gorka, and Sexton. 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
And we are now back here at Volcanoes Stadium. The final score here in the second game of a 3-game series: Salem-Keizer 13, the Everett Aquasox 4, as they'll get their 37th win of the season. And once again, the two teams are going to face off tomorrow, and the pitching matchup for tomorrow's game, pending any changes, I'm just going to say that now, the Everett Aquasox will be starting Seattle Mariners second-round draft choice Brandon Williamson, who came out of Texas Christian University, TCU, and will take on Prelander Baroa, who is making his third start for the Volcanoes, looking for his first decision of the season. He is 0-0 with an ERA of 7, I believe it is. And I'm right. It is an ERA of 7 in 2 games. And now, as tradition for the final segment, let's take a look at what happened around pro baseball. Any games that are still going on, we start with that first. And as usual, it looks like there is not. Every single game is done. Baseball is officially over in the 24-hour time span of August 18th, 2019. We start off at Fenway Park, the Boston Red Sox beating the Baltimore Orioles by a final score of 13-7. It was a very high-scoring game, but the Baltimore Orioles will get their 85th loss of the season, and the Red Sox, they're 8 games over 500 at 67-59. The San Diego Padres beating the Philadelphia Phillies by a score of 3-2. Austin Hedges getting his 9th home run of the season, and he got it on his birthday. The Padres winning by 1 run to get their 58th win of the season as they beat the Phillies at Citizens Bank Park. The Cleveland Indians beating the New York Yankees by a score of 8-4. Mike Clevenger getting his 8th win of the season. He is 8-2. Mike Freeman getting a 3-run home run in the top of the second inning to fuel the Indians early. They would win by 4 runs by a score of 8-4. Amazing achievement over at Rogers Center in Toronto. The Seattle Mariners beating the Toronto Blue Jays by a score of 7-0. It is the first career complete game shutout of Yusei Kikuchi, who is playing his first game here in Major League Baseball after playing with, I believe it is the Chunichi Dragons over in the Nippon Professional Baseball League in Japan. He got his 5th win. He is now 5-8 with the Mariners. Has also got some help on offense as well. The Mariners had Kyle Seager, Tom Murphy, Keon Broxton, and Austin Nola all hit home runs for the Mariners. They got their 52nd win of the season. The St. Louis Cardinals beating the Cincinnati Reds by a final score of 5-4. Paul Goldschmidt back at it again with his 28th home run of the year as the Cardinals win on the road. The Tampa Bay Rays once again beat the Detroit Tigers on a walk-off hit, and this time it's just in 9 innings. Ji-Man Choi getting a 2-run base hit. After they were trailing 4-1 in the bottom of the 8th, they scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th to make it a 4-3 game, and a 2-run single for Ji-Man Choi made the final score 5-4. The Rays had 5 hits. The Tigers had 10. And that the Rays get their 73rd win of the season. The Rays are flying high in the last few games. The Atlanta Braves beating the LA Dodgers by a final score of 5-3. Rafael Ortega hitting his first home run in the bottom of the 6th inning, and it was a grand slam as the Braves would win by a score of 5-3. The Washington Nationals winning in a huge slugfest over the Milwaukee Brewers, another slugfest by a final score of 16-8, where the Nationals scored 13 of their 16 runs in the first 3 innings of this game. In total, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 home runs that were hit in this game. Once again, another absolute slugfest and another one for the ages at Nationals Park. The New York Mets beating the Kansas City Royals by a final score of 11-5. Pete Alonso setting the National League rookie record for home runs in a season with 40. Helped the Mets win. Michael Conforto also getting his 26th home run of the season. The Minnesota Twins beating the Texas Rangers by a score of 6-3. As they would score 3 runs in the top of the 8th inning to break a 3-3 tie to beat the Rangers, their 76th win of the season. In extra innings, Colorado Rockies beat the Miami Marlins by a score of 7-6. It was very high scoring late in the game as it was a 3-2 Marlins lead. Rockies made it 4-3. The Marlins made it 6-4. The Rockies made it 6-6, and they scored in the bottom of the 10th inning and made it 7-6. Nolan Arenado had 2 home runs. He has 30 on the year, and the Rockies have their 57th win. The LA Angels beat the Chicago White Sox by a final score of 9-2. Matt Tice with a 6th home run of the year, and he also has a 4 RBI game, his 62nd win of the season. The Houston Astros beating the Oakland A's by a final score of 4-1. Alex Bregman hitting his 30th home run. Zach Greinke getting his 200th career win in an Astros uniform. Congratulations to him, his 13th win of the season, as the A's get their 79th win. The Arizona Diamondbacks in the bottom of the first inning start off the game with a 2-run triple by Adam Jones. Then we got a couple of more home runs. They would beat the San Francisco Giants by a score of 6-1. And finally, the game of the day, the MLB Little League Classic in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. The Chicago Cubs were playing against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Cubs beat the Pirates by a final score of 7-1. Nick Castellanos with his 17th home run, Jason Hayward with his 18th, and Anthony Rizzo with his 23rd. While in the bottom of the 9th, the Pirates had their only run of the game on a solo home run by Starling Marte, his 21st of the season, as the Cubs beat the Pirates in front of all the Little Leaguers that were representing their countries or regions of the United States in the 2019 Little League World Series, including the Sprague Little Leaguers, who unfortunately were eliminated from contention after 2 games, but it's still an amazing effort as those guys that the coach for Sprague Little League, the players, will be remembered that year as one of the best Little Leaguers in the region, in the Northwest region in the United States here in 2019. It's still a very incredible achievement, and I can only imagine how much excitement that they had right now watching this game. All of the players that were sitting behind home plate, I can just imagine the amount of excitement they had watching the Cubs and the Pirates play in a Major League Baseball game in a minor league ballpark that is in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. So now from Volcano Stadium in Keizer, again, the final score, the Aqua Sox 4 runs, 9 hits, an error. They have left 6 runners on. The Volcanoes 13 runs, 14 hits, no errors, and they left 9 runners on. Jacier Herrera with his 2nd win of the season at 2-1. Jorge Benitez with his 3rd loss. He is 2-3. The Everett Aqua Sox now with an overall record of 29-33, a second-half record of 11-13. And the Salem-Keizer Volcanoes now with a 37-25 record and a second-half record of 11-13 with an attendance of 2,014 people. From Volcano Stadium in Keizer, Oregon, this is Payne Patchett signing off, saying good night, everybody. You've been listening to 2 hours and 59 minutes of Salem-Keizer Volcanoes baseball on 1430 KYKN. Salem is listening.
John's Decks and Fences says if you're considering a new or replacement deck or fence, don't wait. Lumber prices are sure to go up. Meet with John at your home or business and share your ideas. Many local home and business owners are enjoying the decks that John has built. Others appreciate the attractive fencing for privacy. John's Decks and Fences is a family-owned business with low overhead, so this means big savings for you. Call John at 855-946-5393. John's Decks and Fences will hit a home run for you. CCB number 219310.
Johnson's Funeral Home in South Salem is locally owned, which is a rarity today.